All righty, can you still hear me, LDP? All right, so we are live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hello, hello. We have a couple people in the chat already. But yes, so we're going to be reacting to Nintendo hating on emulator makers, but this is, we are being joined by LDP. You can pronounce what that stands for because I don't want to mess it up. Yeah. Hmm. You want to tell people a little bit about your channel, what kind of stuff you do real quick before we get into the video? Hey, there's some good retro style games out there. Yeah. Yeah.
um and well, mostly old, I suppose, old enough to be emulated,
Yeah.
but I play anything from NES games to PS1, PS3.
Hmm.
Sometimes it'll be random, sometimes it'll be something I've curated. A lot of times it ends up being something curated by
Yeah.
people in my chat. So if anything like that interests you, hop on over to my channel. He says that it's in his description, and come on. I usually do that every Sunday at 8 p.m. EST, and come with armed with requests. And my dog just jumped on my bed, so that all is right in the world.
My dog keeps coming to the door and opening it and just stares at me. And then when I go to let her in, she
Yeah,
just runs away.
menacingly.
Yes. So I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie. The reason I
there's no
chose
audio.
no, it's
There's
fine.
no
There's
audio on his end.
no,
Okay.
there's audio now. I didn't. I
Oh,
turned.
there is. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize for like the first like 30 seconds we were talking, I didn't realize the audio wasn't on. So I turned it on for you, so
Mm,
they can hear you now.
okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, the reason I chose this particular topic, especially after yesterday when you asked me if I wanted to do a stream with you, I was like, dang, there might be some interesting topics. So I asked one of my friends, he goes by the pseudonym Battle Puppet, and he recommended this whole
I like that
Nintendo.
name.
Yeah, he recommended this whole Nintendo suing over an emulator maker. And I was like, holy crap, that is perfect for LDP because
Yeah.
Ron Puri, obviously you're
Yeah. I
emulating.
mean,
So,
like, emulation is sort of my forte.
yeah.
I suppose I don't have. I suppose I never. Perhaps that's the reason I stuck around a little bit longer than Emulation Nation. I wasn't as ambitious as L.
Yeah.
I didn't try to create an entire nation of emulation. I
Yeah.
just, wanted to do a potpourri, and ultimately, I think that while less ambitious,
Hmm.
it stood around a little bit longer.
Yeah. Like you just throw some stuff at the wall and just kind of see what sticks.
Yeah, and I'm always a fan of that mentality. Whenever
Yeah.
anybody, I love experimentation. I'm always just willing to just throw any random stuff at a wall, see what sticks.
Yeah, I mean that's what you got to do to be honest.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. I mean, like, stop playing it safe. That's sadly what far too many people are doing these days.
Yeah, sometimes playing it safe does, pay off, but you do got to take chances every once in a while. Like for instance, I started a little series where I'm just like, random thoughts. I'll just make a video that's like 20 minutes long, random
Yeah,
thoughts.
do it. Yeah, I mean,
All right. So can you see the screen? You see bearded.
I just incorporate my terrible opinions into my streams because I just cut out the middleman. But
Yeah. All right. Do you see what did you call it? Spawn wave with hair on your screen? Can you see him all right?
That's what I called him off screen. I thought it was Spawn Wave at first, and then I looked a bit closer. I'm like, wait, no, that's not Spawn Wave. He has hair.
At a glance, I would think that was Spawn wave too. I'd be like, dang, he's hitting the gym, bro.
When I first looked,
Yeah.
Nintendo going after Yazoo now after almost. Yeah.
Yeah, Nintendo's going after Yuzuno after almost 8 to 9 years of the Switch being on the market is beyond retarded. So
I have some opinions, some that might be maybe a little bit controversial to this crowd, but we'll see how it goes.
this crowd pretty much appreciates people that just kind of speak their minds. As long as you're not speaking like an idiot, they typically like it. As long as it's like actual thought out.
Also, I just want to point out that there is the Legend of Gaming in chat, and also a human related to the Legend of Gaming in chat. Hello, thanks to you all. Yeah. I don't know if one of you is like a spammer or something, but
I think they're the same person. They just they probably signed in on the.
They have alts. Good.
Yeah, they probably signed in on their alt account by accident, like, oh crap, and they switched to their main one. So. All right, so you obviously see Spawn Wave, 2.0. Yeah. All right, you ready?
The new model of Spawn Wave. It has hair. It has a cup holder, I believe. Although you don't want to know where the cup holder is located.
I'm pretty sure Spawn Wave 2.0 will tell you exactly where he keeps that cup holder.
Oh no.
This guy has a propensity. I'm not gonna lie, he has a propensity of like. He does, Rich from Review Tech USA.
I was gonna say Rich from Review Tech USA is like the I guess like the beta Spawn Wave. Is like Spawn Wave like 0. Alpha 0.02 or something.
Yeah, so Rich's big thing is like when he streams, he always takes off his shirt. This guy kind of does a similar thing, but he has a really nice body. He's not gonna do it in the video. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know Review Tech USA streamed. I haven't checked out his channel in a very long time.
Oh, he's going through some drama too. That's pretty entertaining to watch. But
there's always drama with him. People are kind of like saying he's like the new Wings of Redemption, which I haven't checked out his stuff in many years. I used to really respect him.
Yeah.
And I probably still really respect him. I just don't.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. He's been around. He's been doing this for a long time. I got to imagine when you work like Review Tech USA for like 10 years, eventually it's just going to get to you.
Yeah,
I have to imagine.
The thing
I
with
don't know
Rich,
what all of the controversy is, but
yeah, it's with the person he used to work with. The thing with Rich though that made me stop wanting to watch his channel is it's just kind of like he does the whole like licks finger, puts finger in the air to see where the wind's blowing, and just goes with that.
Yeah, and I'll occasionally watch Spawn Wave because it is just kind of like Spawn Wave doesn't. Well, I mean, like you can get opinions if he's doing like a review or something, but like I think generally like Spawn Wave, if you watch the stuff that he does like in the morning, it's just like every morning, during the weekdays, it's just straight up, kind of straight gaming news, not a whole lot of opinion, just tells you the facts, lets you. Form your own opinion, and I always admire that. I admire that in gaming news. I admire that when in any sort of press that allows the viewer or the reader to kind of form their own opinion. Really,
yeah. He's one of those people that definitely reports the news instead of just talks about it.
Yeah, I definitely respect people who can do that.
All right, so you ready to get into this video?
Yeah.
So this video is 17 minutes long. So anyways, if there's any point in the video that you need me to pause it because you're like, I want to comment on this and have a conversation, because that's how I typically do this. As we'll kind of go through, and then if you have something you want to add to it, we'll kind of stop it,
Yeah.
All right. And let me know if you can hear this.
Have you ever had a friend give you an idea, and when you heard that idea completely and you let it like roll around in your head, you thought to yourself, wow, you're an idiot. Well, if you haven't had that happen to you recently, get ready for that right now, because Nintendo is going to try and sue the Yuzu Switch emulator. You see, in
Oh, is
fact,
it
try
Yuzu?
isn't
I've
even
been
the word
pronouncing it
because
Yazoo
apparently
this
they've
whole time.
already filed the actual lawsuit in the courts, and they did it, in fact, in Rhode Island, which is honestly, that would be the place to do it. Honestly, you know, it's Rhode Island. What are you gonna? What's there? Nothing. So it turns out Nintendo is actually going off and trying to go ahead and get Yuzu shut down for some weird particular reason. And let's ignore the fact that already in the past we've had this exact same thing happen, where the precedent has already been set that emulators are in fact legal. In fact, we had the same thing happen with Sony and Bleem, and Bleem was actually charging people to use that emulator, where Yuzu is giving it out for free.
So that's a really good point. So like I was saying earlier, the whole Sony tried to sue somebody over it, and I think he just said they lost, but the fact that they're making an emulator and charging for it, I can see that being like a gray area.
I see it like no, he was saying that Bleem was charging. Yeah, like you back in the day, you would have like Bleem. It would come on a disc, and you could buy the disc in retail shops all over the country, possibly all
Interesting.
over the world. Honestly, I mean nowadays I believe it is just freeware. You can
Yeah.
download Bleem, although there's thousands of far better emulators that are far more compatible these days. But so I would say there's a couple of points. I don't believe. First and foremost, I don't believe this is inherently a bad idea.
Hey, LDP, give me 1 second real quick. You can keep going. I got to move my laundry to the dryer, so just
Okay.
keep answering.
Yeah. I don't believe this is inherently a bad idea on Nintendo's part. I understand where they're coming from on this. The Nintendo Switch, it's still a console that is actively being sold. And the difference between Yuzu and Bleem is, if you look at like the old LGR review, he did a review of Bleem on a period correct Windows 98 machine. It ran like crap because, hey, guess what? The PS1 was a very powerful console at the time. Nintendo Switch is relatively, not only is it less powerful, it's extremely easy to port over because essentially it uses the Android architecture. So I can get a Nintendo Switch emulator, Yuzu, or there's actually another one, I forget what it's called. Quiet, all of which I've bought legal. I'll read the con. Cerulean, can you hear me? It's saying quiet. Okay, it's going fine on my end, so it might just be on you. Also, welcome Cerulean, and welcome everybody into the chat, by the way.
All right, sorry about that. I am back. Okay.
Okay. I crisis averted. I thought Cerulean was saying the sound was quiet, but it seems fine on my end. So
Yeah, it's working.
yeah. So I was just saying that I understand where Nintendo is coming from because Yuzu is different from Bleem. One, I think the fact that they aren't charging for it, that could be a bigger issue in and of itself. I don't think I from a legal standpoint, I think it might help Yuzu, but from a practicality standpoint, that could kind of hurt Yuzu because what you have is essentially a near perfect Switch emulator that you can play on anything. I've used Yuzu on stream, and it is just as good as a Switch, and you can run it on, something like a Steam Deck.
Mm-hmm.
I played Dark Souls Remastered on Switch. I played Clubhouse Games 51.
Mm-hmm.
I downloaded Sonic Superstars, and for what it's worth, I am of two minds. First is it's really cool that Switch emulation exists. It's really cool how well it runs, but it's also really bad for developers because the Switch is a system that is actively being supported, and you can just play it full speed. Bleem, like I was saying earlier, if you watch the old LGR review, he did a review a couple of years ago playing Bleem on a period correct like Windows 98, 95 machine.
Mm-hmm.
And it ran surprisingly well, I would say. It ran better than it should.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still definitely very laggy. It reminds me a lot of 64's when I used to run that on my old Mac back in the day. How like it technically worked, but you definitely aren't going to throw away your PlayStation for it. And you aren't going to throw away your old N64 to play 64s on a period correct Power Mac G4.
Yeah, because when it comes to emulation, there's like a lot of gray areas. Because like you said, a very good point. Like the Nintendo Switch is still going strong right now. They're still supporting it themselves, and like it might actually come into like their margin of profit, as opposed to Bleem, where like it was something that's not even being produced anymore.
Well, I mean the Bleem was being produced at the time. The PlayStation was produced at the time of the PlayStation. That's not the point I was getting at. I'm saying that Yuzu differs from Bleem in two very distinct ways.
Okay.
One, it runs a lot better. Again, near perfect emulation of the Switch. If you go and you look at some of my streams, again, I'm playing Dark Souls Remastered, full speed. I'm playing, LCX a couple of months ago was playing Super Mario Wonder, a game that very recently came out on Switch. Played it on his phone.
Wow.
So that's the first major difference. Bleem kind of ran like crap because it was running on hardware that was not very powerful at the time. PCs at the time typically, even the higher end PCs, you couldn't really replicate a PS1 full speed. And two, yes, Bleem cost money. I don't remember how much it cost, but it was cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
Yuzu is free. And from a legal standpoint, I can see that helping Yuzu of like, oh, we aren't making any money off of this.
Yeah.
Unless they're like taking donations, which if they are, even if they're taking donations like indirectly, like if they have a Patreon or they're taking donations through Discord, that could really, really hurt them. But from a legal standpoint, that could help Yuzu. From a practicality standpoint, that is bad for Nintendo, and not only that, it's bad for all of the developers who use the Switch platform. It's bad for it's like, even if there is like a multi-plat on Steam or something like that, like if I want to play, like, what's stopping me from just getting Lego Star Wars the Skywalker Saga? What's just stopping me from going to RomSphere and downloading that for free?
Yeah. Well, he actually gets into that.
Maybe
he's going to get into that very soon. Actually, I watched like the first 10 minutes just to make sure it was going to be good for the stream.
Hold on. What's stopping me from doing that what's stopping me from buying it on Steam for like, $40, $50, $60 when I could just download it for free on Switch and play, go on RomSphere and do that. It wasn't just Bleem back then.
Yeah.
There was Virtual Game Station, if you remember correctly, on Mac and PC.
I would assume legal defense is that Yuzu is like, we just made something to run this. We are not promoting people to go download your ROMs. We're not promoting people to pirate games. We just made something like this.
Yeah. And that could help them. I understand why Nintendo pretty much has to do this. Because, like, Nintendo pretty much has to do this. Because, like, this is the first time, I believe in a very long time, that we've had such a good an emulator that's this powerful come out during the console's lifespan.
Well, it
Like,
probably
yeah,
helps that the Switch is not particularly a very powerful console to begin with.
yeah. Well, like even the Wii U, like yeah, Senmu existed. It it did and still kind of does require pretty powerful hardware to run. Citra came out during the 3DS emulate during the 3DS's lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Only recently has it gotten to a point where it's really top notch, and even then, like I even now, like I have issues running a lot of games, on my Steam Deck.
Yeah.
I actually have to use an older version of Citra because the newer ones kind of like are more resource intensive.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the last time I can think of that we've had like an emulator this good come out during a console's lifespan is like Visual Boy Advance, maybe, or Boycott Advance. Which I mean, like I guess because like the Game Boy Advance was just so minuscule, even as compared to hardware at the time.
Yeah, because I even remember like
Yes.
back, yeah, when the
Yeah.
Game Boy Advance was out, I remember there was emulators for it while like it was still running strong.
Yeah, I could run it on like pretty low end hardware as well.
Yeah.
I remember running like Visual Boy Advance on my Power Mac G4. That ran full speed. There was also Boycott Advance, which was another Mac one, which I don't think as many people remember, but it honestly kind of ran a little bit better than Visual Boy Advance.
Yeah. All right, you ready to keep going?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, why would Nintendo even do this right now? Honestly, I have no absolute clue. Because you see, the thing is, the Switch is already on its last leg of life. They're about to release the Switch 2 based on all the rumors, and it really makes no actual sense. If they
We don't
did
know
this,
that for sure, though.
Possibly. Switch has been out for over 7 years, so I mean, I would be surprised if they don't have something
Yeah.
coming soon.
Yeah, but like, still, it's and also this emulator has been out for quite a while. It's,
Yeah.
I would say it's if I were a betting man, I would not bet on the outcome of this lawsuit. He seemed this person. I don't know what his name is on YouTube.
Oh no, it's Alex.
Alex.
Yeah, you call him Alex.
Okay. Alex. He seems very confident that Nintendo is going to lose this. I'm not as confident. I think that it could go either way, is really what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm like pro Nintendo. I'm not saying I'm pro Yuzu. If you want my personal opinion, I have Yuzu on Steam Deck.
Mm-hmm.
I purposely do not download a lot of games for it for the simple reason that, like, again, these are games that are still actively being sold. I downloaded Sonic Superstars. I'm gonna play that, and then when I play that for a couple of minutes, if I decide it's actually worth my money, I will buy it, and if not, then I will probably just delete the ROM.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's more of like a proof of concept, because like when you're emulating something this new, it kind of gets into a massive like gray area, not just legally, but like morally, honestly.
Yeah, because I mean, even if like, for instance, like the game just comes out and you're like downloading it, you're really taking money away from people. But I do understand the concept of
you're taking money away, not just from the companies who put it out, but from the developers who actively, put their time, money, and effort into coding the damn thing. So,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because there's a lot of people put in a lot of work, and I do understand wanting to try it out before you buy it, because that's why they typically make demos. But a lot of games don't give out demos, and it's just like their sales might go up if they just gave it out.
It's always just kind of like it's always just kind of like a coin flip whether a game has a demo or not. And that's not necessarily me endorsing Yuzu or well, I mean, obviously I endorse emulation for a multitude of different reasons, especially retro emulation.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily me endorsing Yuzu, though. I'm just saying that's how I personally use it. I think it's a good proof of concept. I'm amazed that it works as well as it does. I just feel very morally kind of in the middle on using it.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to the way you say you use it, I can kind of sort of understand that completely. Because if you're literally just downloading every single game, using Yuzu to play them, you're not giving any money to the developers or even the distributors or whoever, then I think that's morally wrong at that point. Because you literally are stealing at that point.
you are literally stealing. And you know, I feel a little bit more comfortable doing something like that for a game that actively isn't being sold anymore. You know, like NES games that physically can't be sold due to, you know, licensing, or
Yeah.
you know, in some cases, like retro games that never were sold, games that might have, you know, just been demos, or
Hmm.
you know, prototypes, like the demo for what was it? Well, actually, interesting bit of news, like the Hotel Mario CDI demo just came out, and that's now on the internet. It's been ripped, and you can play that in MAME.
Really?
So yeah, it's kind of interesting. It, you know, it has like the infamous like YouTube poop cutscenes, like
Yeah.
the "Hey, look, it's from Bowser." Like that's some of that has kind of been like reworded a bit
Does that
with it.
mean
So
that Wand of Gamelon is on the horizon?
I'm not at will to say, but apparently the person who found it said they just found like a blank CDR at Goodwill for like $3, so the guy didn't even know what he was selling.
Really?
Yeah, or it was like Savers or some thrift store, or something like that.
I would expect the thrift stores. I would assume Goodwill wouldn't take it if it's not like marked or something.
Goodwill will literally take anything. I have friends who work from Goodwill. Like, total side tangent. I have a friend who works at Goodwill, and I was like, okay, you mean literally they will take anything? Like, yeah, like we would take like they would, hypothetically speaking, take like a half-eaten bagel. They would
Yeah.
throw it away. They wouldn't necessarily put it on the. But you know, it's free. Like they'll take it, they'll throw it away. No harm done. If it's something with any worth whatsoever, they'll put it on the shelves. And if it's something with a lot of worth, obviously they'll put it up online. That's typically where Goodwill makes a lot of their money now. Is
Yeah. It makes me
putting
think of a
stuff up
joke I
online.
heard. So there's a guy that is a comedian. He said, like, I tried to take one of those old CRT TVs to Goodwill, and they said, hey, we don't take those anymore. And he's like, oh, but they did take it later that night when they were closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get into the whole like what you were saying about some
Yeah.
games you download them because you just can't buy them anymore, or they're literally like, dude. One of the things that really ticks me off too, and he actually gets into it in this video, because a bunch of the games that he uses as an example, I owned. My brother, he was one of those people that would always sell his games to GameStop to get a new game. And dude, the amount of games that he sold that are worth like $200-300 now, holy freaking F. You're going to start up right now.
I don't know,
Yeah.
when the Switch first came out, I would have been like, yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense at some point. But the Switch has sold hundreds of millions of units. You've had games sell tens of millions plus of so many copies throughout that library. And you're literally sitting here complaining about 1 million units from Tears of the
Was
Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom leaked early? I'm just reading something chat said.
It might have been.
I didn't know about that. Yeah, I mean, like that. Honestly, yeah, I'm a little bit on that side too. I'm surprised Nintendo. Maybe Nintendo did try to go after them, but like,
Yeah.
there probably was like, maybe there was like a cease and desist letter that we don't know about, and the
Yeah.
original person who leaked it just you know, took it down, and it didn't really have to be like this massive news story.
I'm sure
I
you've
don't
heard
really
about the
know.
Men in Black from Nintendo, right? Like the people like in suits that come. They're like a myth, but apparently they're like real.
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, there's a bunch of people that said they've had run-ins with them. Edico is one of the big ones.
You know, I'm sure Nintendo has very prestigious, very, I'm trying to think of the right word. Very, yeah, prestigious lawyers who, you know, very relentless is what I was trying to say. Relentless lawyers.
You know, sometimes Nintendo does things that really just confuse the and this is one of those actual times. But let's go ahead and do things a little bit differently, because honestly, everybody knows that whoever watches this channel or knows me on Twitter, I love piracy. Yes, I do. I will gladly admit it. Piracy
yeah.
is actual true ownership of your products, because physical products will degrade and die. Physical media will degrade over time and not be available to you. Your disk drives, your Switches, your PS2s, your PS1s, all your consoles are going to degrade over time and be unusable. So yes, emulation and piracy to me are not only incredibly important, they are necessary.
Do discs
to keep
degrade
gaming
over
alive and
time?
be able
I
to actually
have now. I have like I've seen like we've got like Sega CD discs and PS1 discs that still work. Like I don't know if that's necessarily.
He's more talking about the hardware side, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Because CDs are they're pretty sturdy, especially Blu-rays. Those are really sturdy.
I agree with that. I agree with that argument in theory. I guess I didn't necessarily say that was the right way of making it.
Yeah.
we have historical data of video games. Can you go back and play Metal Gear Solid 3?
It's possible. It's called
The only way
disc
you can do
rot.
that right now
Is
is
that
if you have a
really?
piece.
I more associate that with like laser discs. I associate that more with like laser discs. I guess it is possible with CDs as well, but more so that kind of has to do with like
how you store it, probably.
But yeah, how you store it. Like you know, we've got like laser discs from like 1979 that still work fine. It all kind of comes down to like, you know, do you have like a decent means of storing it? Are you storing it in like a, you know, cool, dry environment?
Cerulean's got his claws out, man. Holy crap, he's coming after you in the chat.
Yeah, I know. But whose cartridges can go back? Oh yeah, for sure. Especially Switch cartridges. I don't know what that like coating is that like, you know, prevents kids from swallowing it, whatever makes it taste bad, but yeah.
Have you tasted it?
Oh yeah. No, you know what the best thing is?
What?
Get like somebody who doesn't know what they're talking. Get somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. Tell them like, oh hey, did you know Nintendo has like, you know, flavored cartridges? Like if you taste like the Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze one, it tastes like banana. If you taste the Mario Odyssey one, it's like cherry, like Mario's hat.
Yeah.
And then you can just like convince them to lick a Switch cartridge and be like, no.
Dude, because I remember when the Switch first came out, like one of the big things that people were making videos on was people licking the cartridges.
Yeah.
That was funny. All right, let's keep going.
No animosity towards Elder. No. Cerulean's a friend of mine.
No, I know. He's a friend of mine too. That's why I'm joking. I'm like, he's got his claws out tonight.
Yeah. No. I mean, like, I encourage people to argue with me in chat. Like this is, like I said, I figured I was going to have some pushback because I am kind of taking a maybe more corporate friendly approach than some people might want in chat. Like, I just see it from, I'm saying that I see it from both sides. I see it from a preservationist side for sure. Like this is definitely, you know, game preservation now more than ever matters a lot, especially when like, even if you buy physical games, there's no guarantee that they are going to be playable anymore because Sony can just shut the servers down at any moment.
Yep.
For
that's
like
why I go all physical.
Because, you know, like always online DRM and things like that. You know, I understand from a game preservationist point of view. I also understand from Nintendo's point of view because, again, this is so easy to use and so good that I can't imagine this doesn't in some way cut into their profits.
Yeah, and I think he gets into that a little bit later. He talks about games you can actually buy, you know, okay, fine, but they still need to be preserved for the future. But he also, he does a joke here because, like I said, I watched like the first like 7-10 minutes of this just to make sure I was going to vibe with the thing. I wasn't watching like very actively. But he does go into the whole preservation thing and like how they want to go after people for downloading a game, but it's like, I can't buy the game. I can't download the game. You're not supporting the game. You're not making money off the game. It's like, why do you care if I download the game?
Even talking about GOG. Yeah, but not everything is on GOG. Like, GOG is typically like older games, if I recall correctly, and usually old PC games. Like, well, I guess there is like, I know Brutal Legends is on GOG. I need to play that version at some point because I have it on the PS3. It's a very fun game.
All right.
The only way you can do that right now is if you have a PS3. Or you can just emulate it, because apparently Konami doesn't want to do anything with that game right now. At the same time, though, trying to go back and buy old PS1 and PS2 games off of the used market is incredibly stupid, because games like .hack...
I used to own that game. My brother sold it. That made me so mad when I saw this.
Oh, man.
Yeah, look at that. God dang it. I hate it. Another big thing, too, is like a crap ton of our Super Nintendo games that we had physical. He just went and traded a bunch of men to go buy Pokemon Snap.
Oh, I always tell my really stupid boneheaded decision. So I got a Super Nintendo at a yard sale.
Mhm.
It was $10. It was something like 10 or $15, and it included like some pretty valuable games like Mario RPG, which alone could have gone for like $50 at the time, let
Yeah.
alone what it goes for now. Um, you know, Mega Man X3,
Yeah.
Link to the Past,
Yeah.
um, a couple of pretty valuable games. I ended up flipping that and sold it for $60. And at the time, I was like, "Oh, like, yeah, I got like a really good deal, man. I flipped this thing. I got $50 out of it." And then somebody on Craigslist literally
Yeah.
sent me an email. Was like, "Hey, you do realize like Mario RPG alone is worth like $50?" I was like, "Oh shit."
So, okay, you just gave me an idea. Maybe the next time we do this, we can do you know Carl Jobst? He did a whole video talking about the video game market and how it's like ballooning up and like how it might be like kind of a
It was
scam.
ballooning up at the time because like this was
Yeah.
like 2012 or whatever.
Dude, yeah, because I bought Mario RPG back in I think 2006. Because 2006 I got on a retro game kick, so I started buying up Nintendo games, Sega Genesis
Yeah.
games, you know, just a bunch of retro games. Yeah, just a whole like also regular Nintendo
Super
games.
Nintendo games, even back in the day, were kind of like holding their value,
Yeah.
and now like Mario RPG, you could probably get it's probably like several times that $50.
But it's interesting because it's like in 2006 I was on the retro kick and like I was like I'm a game collector. I'm collecting games. I'm collecting all this stuff and like
Tomb
it just
Raider Remaster is on GOG for $29.99. That's
Yeah.
cool.
yeah, like eventually it just became cool to collect retro games, I guess. And then it just skyrocketed up the price. But if you've never seen Carl Jobst's video on it, it's really interesting because I won't go too deep into detail, but there's some scamming and there's some fraud in the whole situation. But we can talk about that later. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
very interesting, and it's very compelling evidence. So, but anyways, we'll keep going with this.
Are literally around $300 to $400. Same with games like Xenosaga and etc. So that really isn't the case either. So you have companies that are literally doing nothing to stop secondhand sellers or anything along that nature, but they're going to go ahead and not resell you the games that you definitely want to go back and buy because they don't see it as a financial reason to do so, but at the same time stop you from going ahead and playing those games on your Steam Deck or your PC because they can't make money from you even though they don't want to sell you those games.
I'm on that point.
But let's go ahead and see what's actually going on with this lawsuit because honestly, there's going to be some things to talk about. So Steven Totillo actually broke this on Twitter today saying, new, Nintendo is suing the creators of popular Switch emulator Yuzu, saying that their tech illegally circumvents Nintendo's software encryption and facilitates piracy, seeks damages for alleged violations and shutdown of the emulator. And here's the crazy part, Yuzu doesn't circumvent anything. You know what can circumvent the Switch? A paperclip, because that's how you get bypassed all of the actual encryption inside of the Switch. Don't believe me? Look it up. It's all it takes is a paperclip to beat the Switch. I honestly cannot believe this is the way things are right now.
You kind of need like a specialty kind of thing, but yeah, like I do have one of those things when I.
So can you explain what
like,
it is to me? Because I don't know what he's talking about.
You can. Okay, so I don't know if you have like a Switch on hand, but if you remove the right Joy-Con on the rail, there's like a little thing, like a little button that can be pressed, and that puts it into some sort of service mode, I guess.
Okay.
And from there, you can jailbreak the Switch, and you can run emulators on it. Theoretically, I think you can use it for more nefarious things, like getting certain free games. I'm not sure of all of the capabilities of it, but I tried it. I have a one of those things. You get them on Amazon. They're like $10.
Yeah.
I think you could use a paperclip, but it kind of depends on like the size of the paperclip, and this is kind of like a way that sort of leaves the least long-term damage to the physical console.
Yeah, because even a dude I worked with, he jailbroke his Switch, and he's like, "Dude, it was the easiest thing ever." And I was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's worth it because yeah, the initial thing is fairly easy, but you
I think it like limited
when
him to
you
what he could do. Like he couldn't do like online stuff or something stupid. I can't remember. This is like back in like 2018, 2019. So it's been a while.
when I did it, I forget what the program was,
Yeah.
but it was kind of like, I don't know if you remember like jailbreaking the iPhone back in the day,
Oh, I do.
but there were yeah, I don't know if you remember like the difference between like tethered and untethered jailbreaks. This was
uh,
a tethered jailbreak. So
yeah.
what it mean? I guess you can kind of like figure it out from the verbiage, but an untethered jailbreak just means like you can let the iPhone or Switch die, charge it back up, it's still jailbroken, still works 100%.
Yeah.
Tethered means like if you power off the system or you or you let the battery die or something like that, a lot of services just or a lot of the jailbreak it's just going to reboot into a stock system. It's just
Mhm.
going to, and that might be different now. I
Mhm.
tried it a couple of years ago. I tried it in like 2020, I think.
Mhm.
Uh, it was a hardware vulnerability that got fixed on later Switch models. I didn't even know that, especially the OLED model. That makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense that if it, well, I believe it. Yeah, I believe like essentially it like just got into like a service mode or something like that, to where you could just like run some sort of external. You could run like
Just external
I want to say,
software.
yeah, some sort of software. You downloaded it on your
Okay.
PC, but again, you had to like plug it into that software and run that software every single time you either turned off your system or your battery died. And especially for me,
Yeah.
because I was using multiple SD cards at the time. Um, if I wanted to, have the SD
Mhm.
card that has my games on it versus the SD card that has,
Yeah.
my jailbreak emulators and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Sounds like the
Um,
PSP because the earlier ones, like the original PSP, you could actually just freaking hack that and it's just hacked. With the newer ones, I think from the maybe 2000 or the 3000 the go, every single time your battery died or restarted it, you'd have to rehack it every single time.
I remember that. I remember I've never had a 3000 model, but the 2000 I remember. Well, like towards the end, jailbreaking the PSP got really easy. Like in the early days, I believe
Early
you had to
days, you
like
risked bricking it.
yeah, like otherwise you physically like.
So there was two
I
ways to
think like
do
in the
it. There
early
was
days
some,
you had
yeah.
to like
So
yeah
two
in the
ways you could
early
do it in the
days
early days. You could either do the software one, which really risked bricking it, or you could do something with the battery, which would actually help you as
yeah
well.
I was
So there
gonna
was also the
say like
physical
in the
side.
early
Yeah.
days you had to like open up the battery
Yeah.
and like cross some wires or something weird like that. I
Yeah.
don't know, but
I
like
wasn't that
I
ballsy.
guess you. Yeah, I think you could get like what they were called Pandora batteries back in the
Yes.
day. You could
Yes,
get
they
them on like
were.
eBay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Later on, there was like software modding which got really good, and ultimately, I remember that being not too bad. I remember you could get like you had like NES, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo had some issues, although from what I've been told, Super Nintendo emulation has gotten really good on N64 on PSP, and now
Mhm.
N64 emulation is not too bad. I mean, it works,
Yeah.
which is kind of a marvel in and of itself.
Yeah. I still have my original PSP, my PSP 1000, my PSP
Dreamcast,
3000, and
yeah,
PSP Goo.
true, yeah. The Dreamcast had such terrible security. Yeah, well, the action replay is ultimately what caused that, and you can actually I don't remember who did the video, but like the Dreamcast uh lockout was actually pretty smart for what it was, but there was just like one oversight which kind of just, opened up Pandora's box, really.
Yeah.
And, immediately like it allowed you to like play import games,
Yeah.
download emulators, pirate your own games. Literally by the end of the Dreamcast's life, you could and I'm not joking, you could go to a website called fucksega.net and download like your Dreamcast games. It would probably take like 40 million years to download because everybody had a fucking 56K connection at the time. But you could do that.
Yeah. I mean, I remember, I think it was
that
like
1% that bricked your PSP. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I think literally when it came to the Dreamcast, I think people literally broke it within like the first like week. Like they figured out how to freaking pirate.
Yeah, well, the action replay is ultimately what did it. It was called the Action Replay CDX, and early versions allowed you to play import games, and then when they released a retail version, they got rid of that, and then brought it back in later revisions that you could buy.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the action replay for the DSi. I remember like the early ones, you could get an SD card, or you could get them with a micro SD card, and you could plug a micro SD card in, and it was supposed to be like, oh, you can load cheats off the internet and put them on the SD card, whatever. Until somebody found out, like, oh no, you can just like sideload DS games through an action replay and emulators and stuff, and then after that was found out, later models of the action replay mysteriously, mysteriously got rid of that micro SD slot.
Yeah. Well, I did not know that about the Switch. That's pretty crazy. I have the original Switch. Maybe I could try that out in the future.
Yeah, I would not recommend doing that honestly. Like, if you want to do emulation, there's far better ways of doing it, and then like
use it.
There's like you can get, well, yeah, like use it. Yeah, literally, you can just pirate your games from RomSpear and play them on your, if you have like a Steam Deck or you have a fairly decently powerful computer.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, let's keep going with this.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All of the actual encryption inside of the Switch. Don't believe me? Look it up. It's all it takes is a paperclip to beat the Switch. I honestly cannot believe this is the way things are right now. Oh my god. And look, it gets even better, because the thing is, they're saying that it facilitates piracy. No, it doesn't. You know what facilitates piracy? The fact that you refuse to put your games on the PC platform. That's what facilitates piracy. Your software and your hardware are so easy to crack that it's actually simpler for people to go ahead and pirate the game than it is for you to go off and just put the game on the platform that people want to give you money for. You know what it is? It's that SpongeBob meme where Patrick is talking to that evil villain and he's like, is this your wallet? Yes. This is your ID? Yes. So this is you? No. That's exactly what this is. It's the most... I honestly do not...
All right, were you able to read that? I can read it out for you if you weren't able to see it.
What was it?
It was
I know the meme. Yeah.
It's like, is this your game? Yep. It's like, I can't remember what it is. Blah blah blah. So if I emulate it, you won't lose any money. Yep. So let me emulate it. No, that's piracy. Then release it. No. I love that meme.
I agree with him on some points, but generally this video kind of reeks of like oversimplification. Like it's kind of more complicated, I think, than he's really letting off. Like Switch jailbreaking isn't as easy as he lets it out to be, and that paperclip measure 1 has been, like chat said, has been patched in later hardware revisions of the Switch, and 2, even when it does work, it's not really worth doing. So like, yeah, like it's all of this kind of just seems like he's kind of jumping through hoops to sort of defend Yuzu, and not that I'm saying Nintendo is necessarily in the right, but I think that there is offense and defense that can be had. There's blame that can be carried around on both sides. Yeah, Yuzu probably has like text, probably has fine print saying like, we do not endorse piracy, whatever. And and are they directly endorsing piracy? No. But I can see how Nintendo kind of has to do this. Like I said, they kind of have to do it, otherwise they risk this being like a dangerous precedent. If they release the Switch 2 and it gets bricked in like 3 weeks, or it gets
Jailbroke or emulated,
jailbroken or hacked in like 3 weeks,
mm-hmm.
you know, that's Nintendo's billion-dollar investment, and many development companies, you know, $1,000,000,000,000,000 investments down the drain. Not to mention, again, the actual developers typing on their keyboards, and, you know, making the models and, you know, coding and everything. All of the man hours, years of R&D and work and hard work, all of that is gone down the drain. I understand where Nintendo is coming from. I understand where emulation people are coming from too, though, because again, I am on that camp. I believe in game preservation, and ultimately the best way to preserve your games is to back them up digitally. Because, you know, the internet never forgets, ultimately, is what it comes down to. You can't regulate the internet. Nintendo has tried. I mean, look how many ROM sites they've shut down, or ROM sites no longer carry Nintendo games. There's always a way. There's always CD Romance or ROM Spear, or you know, Cool ROM doesn't do Nintendo ROMs anymore, but you know, you can still download like Dreamcast, PS2, Xbox, whatever.
So Battle Puppet said Nintendo is only going after Yuzu because it's the most popular emulator. It's actually one of the worst emulators out, by the way. So that's what they said. So.
I've used 2. I forget what the other one is called. The other one I think is a little bit. The other one I'd say is about on par with Yuzu, but I remember you have to like. It requires a little bit more to get up and running. Yuzu is the easiest one to get up and working, and both of them pretty much play the games full speed.
Yeah. All right.
Oh yeah.
That's the one.
Ryujin X. That's it.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, Ryujin X. Or I might be.
It's probably, if he's mentioning it's probably what it is, because I would assume you're going to go with probably the top 2, to be honest.
I think there are only 2, unless there. Or wait, yeah, I think there are only 2, but you know what I mean. You know, and there are like PS4 and maybe Xbox One emulators out there, but you know, like the. Even those are like not very good.
I mean, honestly, at that point, you're better off just downloading the PC version of most of those games, because a lot of those are actually available on PC.
Point.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Ryujinx? Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Or Ryujinx, probably. Ryujinx.
Are you ready to keep going?
Yeah.
I don't understand Nintendo in any slight, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of these screenshots though, because this is where things are going to get really wild. Like, check this out. So right here on part 2, it says Defendant Tropic Haze LLC is an entitual console where they sell you emulated games. They have a subscription service that you pay for to then have games emulated from other consoles onto your personal computing device, which is a Switch. By their own logic and their own dealings, they are literally going against everything they have on their own in their own monetary gains. The Wii Virtual Console, that promoted piracy because it was emulated. Your Switch Online service that gives you emulated games, by your own logic, Nintendo, that literally promotes piracy. How are you even able to put any of this together? Because you've benefited from emulation on your own.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, so basically the argument he's making right here is he's not saying piracy is 100% right, but he's saying like Nintendo's going after an emulator maker, you know? So it's just like, but you also make emulation, you know?
Yeah, and
that's where it's like a gray area. It's just like, I mean, when you think of
it's
copyright,
a gray area.
when you think of copyright law, man, you can literally make the same thing, but as long as it's a little bit different, you get the copyright on that. You can't just
not really, but
it's pretty
honestly,
if you make the same product and it's not the exact same thing, if you copy it verbatim, you are basically screwed. Now, obviously, they could take you to court and they could probably possibly win, but as long as you do it the same, if it does the same process but in a different way, different kind of code. Code is really, really interesting because you can code something that does this, and I can code the same thing that does that, but I code it a little bit differently, and then therefore you can't sue me over my code because it's not your code. It's my code. It's different enough.
And ultimately, like, code is fluent. Like, it's not like coding.
And that's the whole process he's trying to say here.
It's almost like how it's almost like the difference between like coding. From what I've heard, is almost like the difference between American English and British English. Like, for the most part, American and British English are the same, but sometimes they just slip that little extra U in, and it just, gunks up all the works.
It's more like the difference of like English versus like Dutch. They derive from the same thing, but it's like you can can type up completely different code that does the same thing, but they're similar.
And that's why, like, if a developer leaves in the middle of a project, it's not necessarily easy to pick up right where that developer left off, because there's almost like different accents to code. Like, or I guess a better example is like Spanish versus Portuguese. Like, both languages are very similar, but there are different words that say different things in different regions and different dialects.
Yeah.
Or like Spanish, Spain Spanish versus Mexican Spanish, or Latin American Spanish, or South American Spanish, or different things like that, like Chilean Spanish or whatever.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, I guess the argument he's trying to make here is that Nintendo is so against the idea of emulation unless they're the ones who do it, which in a way I understand Nintendo wanting to. Yeah, I understand that point, but also at the same time, it's just like you can't stop people from coding stuff, man.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, and that's pretty much my point as well. Like, you can't. It's kind of hard. Like, ultimately, like, even if Nintendo is successful in taking down Yuzu, that just means they've taken one block out of a massive Jenga pile.
Yeah.
The tower is still structurally sound for Ryu Jinx or NX Emulator 2.0 or whatever. Anybody to come along and do an emulator that's like Yuzu, but
yeah.
And my issue is, if Nintendo is successful in this, which I argue they very well could be.
They have enough money to keep them in court, so.
Yeah. If Nintendo is successful in this, which they honestly very well could be, that could set a dangerous precedent. Because,
Nintendo did a similar battle in the past. They tried to stop like Blockbuster and stuff from renting out video games because they were like, this is not cool, this is not fair. And they fought so hard to make sure you were not allowed to rent out games.
Yeah,
and eventually they lost. So I mean, this is kind of feels like a similar battle.
And we were lucky that they lost. But,
yeah, thank the Lord.
Like, ROMs used to be more of a legal gray area. Now I just believe they're straight up illegal.
Yeah.
Like downloading ROMs is just straight up illegal, I believe, at this point. It used to be like, oh, it was legal if you owned the physical copy, but then like somebody kind of turned around and realized, like, wait, we have no way of actually enforcing that. Let's just make it illegal.
Yeah, which I kind of understand that idea, because even then, when it came to like the PSP, when I jailbroke it or I cracked it, I guess is the term, or hacked it, whatever. I used to actually.
Yuzu is always on the internet, and the internet always remembers. I agree. I'm sorry for interrupting. I was just reading a comment.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that when it came to like the PSP, when I hacked mine, I used to take all my PlayStation 1 discs and I'd rip them and turn them into ISOs myself.
Yeah.
So
I knew there was a way to do that. I wish I would have done that.
Honestly. It's really easy. Really, really easy.
Probably. Did you just do like image burn or something?
I can't remember exactly what I did, but the program I was using would rip it, and I would make my own little GIFs for it, like little pictures, JPEGs. So whenever
that's cool.
Yeah, so like when it would be like on the screen on the PSP, it would show like the JPEG I put there. For Final Fantasy VII, I had like a picture of like Cloud and like Cloud and Tifa instead of just
Did it
cloud.
well, like for like multi-disc games like that, did it like just allow for like one launcher and it would automatically switch discs? Or did you have to like put in like disc 2, disc 3?
You'd have
That
to put
seems
in
like that would be kind of difficult.
you'd have to put in disc 2 and disc 3. I can't remember how you did it.
It might have been. Oh, it might have been just like how you do it on like a PS3, where you just like press the home button, and it like opens up a menu, and you can swap discs that way.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's like just the save just went over to begin with. Like if you just open up I think it just recognized your save, to be honest. Because what it would do is it would look
I
through
guess
your
that's
entire
true.
memory card.
Yeah, you would just make
Yeah.
a save state and then like load that save state on Final Fantasy VII Disc 2 or something.
Well, even
like
just
that.
even just regular saves, like because whenever you go into the game on the PSP, it would literally just look through your entire memory card, your SanDisk or whatever it's called, like SanDisk Pro, whatever it's called.
And
it would
speaking
look
of
for it.
Speaking of Final Fantasy VII, hello LCX. You came at just the right time. As soon as we were talking about Final Fantasy VII.
I said Final Fantasy VII to summon LCX.
Yeah, there you go. You did it. Congratulations, GG.
All right, you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Time and in your own conceivable way, you're turning around and saying that emulation promotes piracy. Let's not forget the fact that you were literally caught red-handed selling actual ROMs that were literally pirated ROMs to your customers.
What?
Forgot about, dude. Yeah.
I do not know about that.
Apparently, there were some of the games that they were actually selling that were actually ROMs that they downloaded from the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, this came out like in like
that's pretty
2019. I
fucked.
think it was like 2019. That's when it happened.
That's pretty messed up.
I forgot about that. I remember that was I didn't really research a lot, but yeah, back in like 2019, they were talking about that. That's crazy.
Does Battle Puppet get a cookie? Because he wants a cookie apparently, or them or it, however.
Actually, Battle Puppet, if you know more about that, you're welcome to jump on the call real quick and explain the situation, because I barely remember what happened. All I remember is that
I do not remember that story at all. That's
like
crazy.
they released the SNES Classic, and I think the NES Classic, and like literally like overnight, Nintendo took down like a crap ton of freaking ROM websites, and then it came out afterwards that a lot of the websites they took down, they actually grabbed some ROMs from or something like that.
Was it like in the code or something?
I can't remember. This is like
code?
6 years ago.
Yeah.
Mario All Stars collection, if I remember right. Okay, that does sound familiar.
That was from the Mario All Stars collection. Oh shit, really?
Yeah, I
the 3D
completely forgot about
All-Stars
that.
with like Sunshine and 64. They got like the Shendo version or whatever that was called. Same headers as on the popular ROM sites. That's interesting. I did not know that. That's pretty shady.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So yeah, like that's a really good point too. So you're gonna take other people's ROMs they've ripped and sell them. Like I get that there's a lot of legal precedents to go through, but I could see the argument there. I could see there might not be the strongest argument, but
Not saying it's a very strong legal argument of just like, oh, look at this hypocrisy. Like that's kind of just hearsay.
Well, the thing is, like, you don't like people downloading ROMs. Yeah, you downloaded a ROM and you sold it to us.
I agree with that line of argument on like a personal level. I don't know if that's necessarily a good legal defense. And
well, I mean, they most likely own the rights to it. So
use that legal defense.
Yeah, they own the rights to the game to begin with. So it's just like I don't know, but that is you have to admit that is funny irony.
I would and also I suppose just sort of like that's kind of like irrelevant in this particular case because we're talking about like NES ROMs versus Switch ROMs, which are still actively making money for everybody who has a game on the Switch eShop and a game physically in a GameStop or a Best Buy or a Walmart somewhere.
Yeah, right. Let's keep going. Let's keep powering through it.
Yeah,
that you were literally caught red-handed selling actual ROMs that were literally pirated ROMs to your customers. You went online, got a pirated ROM, and then sold it to people. And you've got the testicular fortitude, the gall, and the audacity to say that this is actually the cause, while literally right above here saying you are the third most selling console of all time, selling 139 million units in just consoles. Yes. Here it begins the level of stupidity beyond all things. But of course, Nintendo's gonna Nintendo.
Really? I thought
And let's
Nintendo was winning the console generation. Okay.
I think they mean like
'Cause, like, I don't
third
know,
best selling
like-
console of all time. So like the Switch has been selling like crazy.
Oh,
I think there's of all time.
Oh, the third best of all time.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Actually, that's a little bit surprising too. On the opposite end, I didn't know it was selling that good, but I guess that
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me.
I think that's what he said.
like
Let's play it back.
like the Wii, I think, is in the top 5 still, probably. Like that's like the Wii sold to people who otherwise would have never bought a video. I still know people who have a Wii from when that was big, and it's like 40, 50, 60-year-olds
Yeah.
who would have never bought a console before and haven't bought a console since.
Let's see. I think he did say of all time. Let's see.
Up here saying you are the third most selling console of all time,
Yep.
selling
Yeah,
139 million units in just consoles. Ah, yes. Here it begins the level of stupidity beyond all things. But of course, Nintendo's gonna Nintendo. And let's keep going. So in the next part, in the next picture that Steven Totillo has up, he says, the defendant and its agents are fully aware of the use of Yuzu by others in performing circumvention and facilitating piracy at a colossal scale. As to circumvention, Yuzu's website acknowledges that Nintendo Switch's decryption keys, the prod keys, are required to decrypt games, and it includes links to software that unlawfully extract those keys from the Nintendo Switch. Yuzu literally says
that could be bad.
It just depends.
If you want to go ahead and play these games emulated, you need your product keys to do so. If you want to get the product keys that are on your Switch that you own, here's how to do it. That doesn't mean it's illegal. The part that's illegal is if people are distributing those product keys to other people to then use those that don't own those titles, that don't own those games, to play those games through piracy. The emulator is just an emulator. It is simply that. It does not mean it promotes piracy directly. However, though, it can be used for piracy purposes. The thing is, Nintendo is barking up the wrong tree, and they are going after the actual emulator and not the websites that are actually promoting the piracy or have the ROMs or have the product keys, etc.
That's a good point.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was saying too. Because it's like when it comes to the emulator, it just emulates the games. It's not like if they're giving the emulator and they're giving games with it, that's a problem. But if it's just an emulator, but there is the moral thing of like, hey, you're literally making piracy easier for something that is an active thing on the market.
Yeah,
I can understand that as well.
And the thing is, though, is like obviously Nintendo is going after these websites. Just ask the people of Love ROMs, or ask Cool ROMs why they don't supply the resources to download Nintendo ROMs anymore.
Yeah.
Or why CD Romance was down for a period. Nintendo is going after these ROM sites. They kind of, like I said, Nintendo is kind of backed into a corner on this one, because like it's either they allow this to happen and like Switch 2, when that comes out, gets like jailbroken and hacked like 3 weeks after it comes out, rendering the billions of dollars in R&D and the billions in dollars in dev costs, not just from Nintendo, but from third-party indie devs to go down the drain. But
yeah, because one of the big things
or they can take a desperate stab in the dark and go after Yuzu, which honestly I feel like they kind of have to do if they want any semblance of ensuring any sort of a profit margin in the next generation.
So Drewski said the illegal ROMs is what the problem is, but Nintendo wants to make an example of Yuzu, and I agree with that kind of, because it's just like I get exactly what he's saying. It's literally like people are downloading illegal ROMs. That's the issue, not Yuzu. Yuzu is literally just an emulator, and as he stated earlier, they kind of sort of put a little gray area where like emulators are okay for the most part with the whole, what was it called? What was that Sony one? Bloom or something?
Yeah, and LCX, like, I understand, like, I think LCX is kind of with me. Like, I understand Nintendo's point, and we can disagree with Nintendo's motives for doing so all we want. But at the end of the day, Nintendo is just like any other business. They want to make money, and if something is going to not only cut into their profit margin, but could conceivably significantly cut into their profit margin, like, what other choice do they have? And
Well,
again, it's not just Nintendo. It's not just Nintendo.
well, the precedent that also he's trying to say here,
Well, we
El,
were
is
talking
that
about Bleem.
yeah.
We were talking about Bleem
Yeah.
earlier.
So
by
the
way,
question is,
yes.
what law has Yuzu actually broken? They just made software that can emulate Nintendo Switch. They're not distributing Nintendo games. So I do understand that
I think
Nintendo would
they
like
would
to
have to-
nip it in the butt right there, but the problem is not the emulator; it's the games being
Yeah.
put on the internet.
Yeah, and ultimately, if Nintendo were to be successful, they would
Yeah.
have to set a new legal precedent.
Yeah.
Which that legal precedent, it would directly affect people like me and people
Yeah.
like L and much larger scale YouTubers and
Yeah.
much larger scale people who,
Mhm.
you know, not only rely on emulation as a way to play free games, but more so as a means of archival, as a means
Yeah.
of playing games that otherwise we would not be able to play, whether they're cost prohibitive, like,
Yeah.
paying $2,000 for an official card of Mr. Gimmick or
Yeah.
Little Samson or Euphoria or whatever, or games that just plain have never been sold, like,
Yeah.
betas, prototypes, demos.
I mean, dude, it's like I said earlier. Like I couldn't play my PlayStation 1 game, so I used my PSP, and I ripped my own physical PlayStation games myself with
that
my
you
computer.
owned and you bought back in the day, and you can't buy now.
So what's the
Like,
problem with me ripping my own games and playing
go-
on an emulator?
go-
I own
go
the game.
Try that. Go try that. Go into a Best Buy or a Walmart. Ask for a physical copy of the original Final Fantasy VII. They're gonna laugh at you and tell you, "Hey, that game's 30 years old. We don't sell that anymore."
Go down the store to the thrift shop.
Yeah, go down to the store, to the thrift shop. Try your luck there. I mean, Goodwill's not gonna sell it in their physical thing because, like, even if you did find a physical card used, that would be like, what is Final Fantasy VII going for now? Like $200, $300, something
I think
like that.
so. Basically,
it's
if
ludicrous.
it's the one that's not greatest hits, doesn't have the green on the side, it goes for a shit ton of money. If it's greatest hits, it still goes for decent, but it's not nearly as much.
Yeah, and it goes for an insane amount of money. And who is making the money on that? It's not SquareSoft. It's not It's not Squeenix. It's not Square Enix. It's not Sony. It's not anybody. The only people making
private
money
seller.
off of that is someone on eBay who's
the private seller
and making a shit ton of money.
Yeah, and it was kind of crazy because I remember back in like 2008, 2007, 2008, I went to what is it called? Freaking Movie Trading Company. I don't know if you've heard of that, but I went there.
Sorry?
It's there's a company called Movie Trading Company, and they sell games too.
I'm not familiar.
It's they sell like old movies, but they also sell old games. That's where I got a bunch of my NES and Super Nintendo games.
I'm aware of places like that. Yeah, we have.
I remember going there and I saw Final Fantasy VII, the one like the original copy, not the greatest hits, the original copy, and it was going.
Long box one.
It was like the one.
Was there a long box one?
No, there wasn't a long box. By that point, they stopped the long box. So the difference is you have the actual case of the PlayStation disc thing, whatever, and on the left, we're like, it'll be green to say greatest hits. Yeah. And then there's one that's just
black,
gray. Yeah,
it's just a black PlayStation banner.
Yeah, that was going for like over $100. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And luckily I own one. So I don't know where the discs went, so I just can go buy a greatest hits and just put it in there and make some money.
CL just skipped the middleman. He bought a pirated version of Final Fantasy VII back in the day because, hey, consoles in the Philippines apparently came pre-modded.
You can find those if you know the right place to look in America, but I'd be careful.
They were just like, you know what? Nobody gives a shit about. I don't mean to be rude. Nobody gives a shit. Like, Sony's not going to give a shit about us anyway. We may as well just pirate them. It's not like we're really cutting into the profit.
That's literally what it is.
They aren't going to sell the shit anyway.
I mean, dude, think of China. Like, China's basically outlawed video games for like the longest time, and it's just like it was pirated like crazy, and Nintendo didn't go after them because it's like, well, we're not even trying to go there, so who gives a shit? Same thing with Russia.
I mean, look up the Pop Station or the Neo Double games.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called. It started with I think it was started with a D, but Russia had like a knockoff NES.
Dendy.
The Dendy, yeah.
Well, actually, the funny thing about that is it became sort of semi-official.
And then they dropped it, and then just went back to doing the Dendy again.
Well, like in the early '90s, kind of like around the fall of the Berlin Wall, when like the USSR was starting to dissolve, and it became a little bit more of a free, open market. That's kind of like when Nintendo started doing business with Russia, and they saw how popular the Dendy was,
Yeah.
and they partnered with the Dendy people to
Because we already had a foot in the door.
basically,
Yeah.
basically create an open door of like, hey, you can continue selling this, and just give some money to us, and and we'll use you as sort of like a third-party distributor, and
Yeah.
it worked, and that's how the Dendy became sort of official.
It worked, and then Dendy was like, we're not making as much as we did before, so they just said, screw it, we're just going to do what we did before, and they dropped Nintendo after that.
Yeah, I think so at some point.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
I mean, it's illegal. The part that's illegal is that people are distributing those product keys to other people to then use those that don't own those titles, that don't own those
Also, I am backing up every once in a while when we pause so we can kind of get an idea of where we left off at.
games to play those games through piracy. The emulator is just an emulator. It is simply that. It does not mean it promotes piracy directly. However, though, it can be used for piracy purposes. The thing is, Nintendo is barking up the wrong tree, and they are going after the actual emulator and not the websites that are actually promoting the piracy or have the ROMs or have the product keys, etc. That's the issue around here. But no, it honestly continues because you're going to see some serious shit. As to piracy, for instance, one recent major Nintendo video game, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, was unlawfully distributed a week and a half before its release by Nintendo. Infringing copies of the game that circulated online were able to be played in Yuzu, and those copies were successfully downloaded from pirate websites over 1 million times before the game was published and made available for lawful purchase by Nintendo.
So basically what they're saying is that, oh, well, this... people downloaded from other websites.
That as a legal defense?
Yeah, so they're saying since people downloaded from other websites, not the Yuzu website, that Yuzu has nothing to do with, we still want to sue them because their product gave them the opportunity to pirate stuff. But it's like also, people could just jailbreak their Switch and just pirate it anyways. Like,
and like that's really kind of the thing is like Nintendo is I agree with that point of like Nintendo is sort of just barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
But the issue is they are barking up the right tree, and they have been doing that for years. So like that, what other choice do they have?
I mean, why don't they just go after the websites and try to get the information and the IP addresses of where they downloaded from? That would be the smartest thing to do. As far as Yuzu goes,
They are doing that.
Yeah, as far as Yuzu goes, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some legal precedents to kind of sue them and do stuff like that. But as far as I would assume Yuzu's keeping very far away because a lot of times you see emulators, they always have that little fine print that says only play games you own, personally ripped stuff.
The PS Vita emulator literally has like a thing that I have to click saying like I accept that I own all the PS Vita games, whatever.
Yeah.
But like I guess the honestly, I think a good legal defense for Nintendo is like, they don't endorse piracy, but there's no way of actually enforcing.
But you could also argue
pirates to use the system.
But you could also argue that it is very simple, and you could also pirate, or you could also hack the actual Nintendo Switch itself and do the same exact thing.
But Nintendo has control over that.
They do.
And in later models of the Switch,
but that's also rebuttal because it's like okay,
the Switch Lite doesn't even have that rail, obviously, just by design, and the OLED is supposedly just completely patched it out.
Yeah.
On a hardware level, I think if Nintendo wanted to go this route, they would have to set a new legal precedent. They would have to probably take this up to the Supreme Court. Or I don't know what company. I don't know where Yuzu is based out of. Well, actually, wait, no, I do kind of. I guess
these look like American documents, so I'm assuming it's in America.
Yeah, it is an American document, and they're basing this out of Rhode Island. They're doing the case in Rhode Island, so it would be based on U.S. law.
Yeah.
So they would have to set a new precedent, a new legal precedent, and it might honestly have to go all the way up to the Supreme Court in order for Nintendo to do this. Is Nintendo going to put all of that? Is Nintendo going to put all of that money into something like this?
Probably, if they can get it. If they can get it, if they know they're going to get a win, they will.
If they can, they have the money. They could do it. Is Yuzu going to put all of the money? Can they put in all of the money? And even if Nintendo wins, Yuzu's going to be out a lot in legal fees. So I understand.
And they're going to owe Nintendo all their legal fees as well.
Yeah. But like, ultimately, Nintendo would have to set a new legal precedent in order for this to not just affect Yuzu, but all emulation in general. And that legal precedent, I think they could make an argument for it. As in, yes, while you do not specifically condone piracy, there's no way you do not have the right parameters to actively suppress it. Like, yeah, like Yuzu can put in the fine print, do not use this as a means of piracy. But what's stopping you from actually doing that? What's stopping you from doing that on the in the actual software itself? What's stopping you from?
Well, I mean, you remember K2
Yeah.
from like the 2010s, the weed thing? It was like the synthetic weed that you could smoke.
No, I'm.
So
not familiar.
it was literally it was basically synthetic weed, quote unquote, and it was marketed as potpourri. And the reason they were allowed to sell it, and people would obviously smoke this to get high. They would smoke to get high, and the reason they could sell it is because they said, not for human consumption. Yes. And even to this day, they could still sell not the exact same substance it was before, but not for human consumption. Sets such a legal precedence that you have to actually outlaw. You have to actually outlaw the specific thing itself. So as far as suing them for damages, I don't know. Maybe they can, but I think the better thing.
Maybe that's how. Maybe that's how Dasani can make a comeback in the UK, because like they couldn't legally sell it as water in the UK.
Yeah.
Now they just have to be like Dasani water, not for human consumption.
Dude, that whole situation is so
Dasani,
funny.
you could keep that idea. Get me on the horn. I'll give you that idea free of charge. You're welcome.
Though I do expect royalties. I'm joking.
Yeah, I do expect royalties.
But yeah, it's just like when it comes down to it, like just the not for human consumption made it legal to sell. And then they actually had to outlaw the specific substance that was being used. So I think what Nintendo might end up trying to do, which I do not support, is trying to go after making emulators illegal unless you are the sole owner of the. It's just like an emulator is an emulator, man. And it's just like there's so many companies out there.
That's kind of how you would have to do it, unless you are the IP holder, or you actively have means of suppressing the pirates.
Yeah, but that also sets the precedence of like you're at the whim of the company. It's like you might have all these freaking discs and cartridges that you can extract and play your games, but there's no way to play it because you can't buy the console anymore. But you can't get an emulator because the company that owns the rights to the product won't make one.
That could set a legal precedent.
Yeah,
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to say whether that's the. I think. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that might be a stronger legal argument than what it seems like Nintendo is going for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna probably. I kind of have. I'm like 50-50. I think they're gonna either fall flat or they're gonna get this to go forward and take down Yuzu, but not f with emulators. But also there is the court of public opinion, but Nintendo has proven in the past that it takes a lot of public opinion to get them to change their course. And even if they have like 80% of the internet after them, they still be like, screw you guys. We're doing what we want. We're Nintendo. We're too big to fail, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And arguably they kind of are, just because they sort of use that sort of like quirky stubbornness to their advantage and incorporate it into their brands. They always have.
Yeah.
Like they were like even in the NES days, they were like, okay, we're going to enforce all of these guidelines that you have to follow if you want to develop for us.
Yeah.
Like, and like, okay, well, what's the alternative? Go to the Master System, the system that nobody wants. Like, we got Mario, we got Zelda, we got the gaming market cornered. You bow to our demands, or you just aren't going to develop for us.
Well, originally when the Nintendo came out, they literally said if you're a third-party developer, you were not allowed to publish games on other consoles at all. And so it actually, I think, went up to the Supreme Court, and they overruled it, said you cannot.
I don't know about the Supreme Court, but definitely that's sort
no,
of.
No, not the Supreme Court. Sorry, it went up to like a higher court, not like the certain one, because obviously Nintendo appealed. It went up to like a higher court, and they're like, no, you.
It got to
can't.
Yeah. It might have gone to the Supreme Court. I'm not entirely sure, but definitely like Nintendo, like, yeah, you couldn't make games for other systems. You couldn't make like Contra for the Sega Master System even if you wanted to. And ultimately that's why like the Sega Master System and ultimately and initially the Genesis even at first kind of were floundering, at least in the US market.
Because it was like Nintendo said, since it's on our console, we own the rights to it or something. Like, it was some weird, stupid argument.
Yeah, that's even in other markets that kind of trickled over, and like, you know, even in Japan where Nintendo didn't have all of these restrictions, and you could like, you know, make Contra or Castlevania or you know, Mega Man or whatever for the Master System. Nobody wanted to because you'd just be doing it for a Japanese market, whereas you could do it with for a US market, and then that would sort of muddy the waters with Nintendo, and Nintendo would kind of get pissed, and that and that's why the Master System and initially the Genesis kind of failed until the Genesis kind of said like, okay, well, we got something that can rival Nintendo's superiority, a more superior quote unquote mascot.
Yeah, it's too bad.
And then ultimately, like the court said, like, no, you can't have this sort of monopoly on third-party distribution. And ultimately, like that, you know, allowed for like multi-plat ports of, you know, like Lion King. You had that on Super Nintendo. You also had it on Genesis. They were different ports because different consoles back then really did have like their own identity in terms of like graphics, sound. Some had more superior things than others. Some had inferior, like the Genesis had an inferior sound chip. But like also had like inferior scaling, whatever.
But what was that gimmick they had? They called it like flash processing or something like that.
Flash processing.
Yeah, it was just complete bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it did have like a slightly faster processor than the Super Nintendo, but it honestly wasn't by that much, and I don't think most games realistically took advantage of it.
All right, let's get back into it.
Successfully downloaded from pirate websites over 1 million times before the game was published and made available for lawful purchase by Nintendo. If they would have done a modicum of research, they would have realized that Yuzu was in fact the worst emulator to use when Tears of the Kingdom actually came out. It was the worst one. You know which one was the best? Ryujinx. That was the best one to use. Ryujinx is literally the one that is ahead of the curve in terms of everything of games running day one and at the best quality on terms in that emulator space. But we're not going to focus on that. No. Don't let facts get in the way of anything. We're going to go after Yuzu because it is the most popular one.
I did not know that.
Okay, I'm going to give a quick conspiracy and then we're getting right back to the video. Maybe Nintendo's going after Yuzu because that's the worst one, and they want to open the door to get it from Ryujinx, where it was called, for whenever they actually start doing the virtual console with Switch later on. They want to keep that code out there for themselves.
I don't
conspiracy
know.
theory. It's just silly conspiracy.
On here. And you see, things get even more cringe because look at this. So you know what I went ahead and did? I actually found the full lawsuit. And when I show you what Nintendo's going to be using for the defense, I really don't know what crossed the mind of these guys.
That's my experience too.
That they waited this long.
What Elle is saying.
Yeah, his big thing is he says, I guess, whatever it's called, the R1, I guess
at
day one is usually has been more consistent
Yuzu
on day
wasn't
one.
As good earlier in the year.
Yeah.
To do this lawsuit, and this is where they're going. But get ready, it's going to go for a wild ride. Our first stop and full-on cringe is Nintendo using the Yuzu piracy subreddit.
That's not an official subreddit.
Yuzu piracy
probably.
subreddit.
Yeah, probably not.
Yes, the neckbeard fedora wearing actualies are going to be the ones to bring Nintendo to the fold of where they have to go ahead and start bringing Yuzu down. That's they could easily just send a cease and desist to Reddit and take care of this website, because this is the problem. It's not the emulator. This is the Oh boy, no. But you know what?
Yeah, it's probably not an official subreddit.
I mean, look at the name. It's Yuzu Piracy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's obviously if Yuzu did that, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, if Yuzu had a hand in the Yuzu piracy subreddit, like that would be then they might have a point. But
Yeah.
I don't believe like I keep saying, like Nintendo has a case. They're just going about it in the most batshit stupid way possible. Like
Yeah.
like I'm trying to help you, Nintendo. Like
I'm gonna grab a quick glass of water.
okay. It's probably because Yuzu is available for mobile. Oh, is Ryujinx not available on mobile? I see. That would be a good point though, because then like Yuzu would be kind of more kind of cross compatible. Like like I don't think there's like a RetroArch core for Yuzu, but if that's the case, like that opens the door to like porting Yuzu to a bunch of other things as well. And allows something like a Snapdragon 860. I don't know how old that is. Is that like what 2017 or 2018? I want to say Snapdragon 860 chipset is higher and can run Switch on mobile using Yuzu. Putting it on mobile opens the floodgates to piracy. I mean, yeah, it definitely widens the market appeal. I was saying, you missed it earlier, El, but we did. He mentioned Bleem, at the beginning of the video, and I mentioned like it's different because Bleem was cost prohibitive. If you wanted to download Bleem back in the day, you actually had to go onto a store. If your store actually sold Bleem, and you'd have to play Bleem, pay like $20-$30, however much for the CD
I'm back.
to download Bleem, and even then it ran like shit on computers back in the day.
I'm back.
So
by
like
the way.
that's kind of the difference. Is like Yuzu. Why I think Nintendo is so apt to go after Switch emulators is because they are so good. They are really good, and they're really compatible. Like El said, he can play Mario Wonder on his phone. He could probably play Tears of the Kingdom on his phone. I haven't. I don't think he's tried. I don't know if it's actually compatible full speed, because I guess Tears of the Kingdom is a bit more of a graphically intensive game than just a regular 2D Mario game. But still, like it runs so well. I kind of understand why Nintendo wants to go after this. They are just doing it in the most batshit stupid way possible.
Yeah.
Ryujinx is cross-platform, but no mobile port yet. Okay. Bleem just lets you. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Bleem just let you play PlayStation PS1 CDs as well. Yeah, and even if you did that, like, it kind of didn't run well. Like if you watch LGR's video on the old Bleem emulator, he played it on like a period correct computer, like running Windows 98, fairly decent PC even for the time, and you can tell like they were definitely emulation issues. You weren't going to throw out your PS1 to just like use Bleem. It was more just like a proof of concept. Like, yeah, you kind of can play PS1 games. Doesn't mean it's necessarily a replacement for the PS1. The PS1 is still kind of the superior experience. And like El said, and something I actually forgot is that it would require you to play PS1 CDs. Like, keep in mind, like most people had 56K connections back then. Could you imagine how long it would take to download a 700 megabyte CD?
I mean, the question I have is
something like Final Fantasy, which took multiple CDs.
So was the CD, the Bleem CD, it just gave you the opportunity to put your disc in the computer and you could just play it?
Yeah.
Did it have the ability to run ISOs?
I don't think ISOs were really a thing back then, because imagine how long it would take to download that.
Yeah.
But then again, like, I guess if you had like a decent enough broadband connection a little bit later on, like, again, like I said, like Dreamcast emulation became a thing, and it became a thing right around the time broadband internet started to become a thing.
You said 56K. Battle Puppet said the Dark Ages.
Yeah, the Dark Age. Yeah.
Are you ready?
PSX EMU around the same time. Did that allow for? Yeah, that might have allowed for. Yeah, its claim to fame was pretty much plug and play a PS1 game on PC. Yeah, so you could download the Bleem emulator to your hard drive, and then you could insert a PS1 disc and play that.
That sounds freaking awesome. I love that.
I mean, it ran like you would expect PS1 to run on a computer running Windows 98 and a Pentium whatever processor, but you could do it.
A Pentium 4 processor.
Worked. Pentium 4? Okay.
Yeah, it's like Pentium 3, Pentium 4 is that time frame.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right, let's get this going. But yeah, I think the Yuzu piracy is not an official one, so let me back up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think that's an official subreddit.
If it is, that is the dumbest thing Yuzu could have did.
Yo, you can't even do that. You couldn't even download 700 megabytes file because dial-up would disconnect. That's a good point. Yeah, like if somebody wanted, right? Like, am I wrong? Or like, if somebody wanted to use the phone, you had to disconnect the internet and then plug it back into the phone or something like that?
No, what would happen is that you would dial in and nope, like if you picked up the phone, it'd be like, and then if people started dialing on it, your internet would go down. So basically, you would have no phone line.
Okay, so like, yeah, so wait, so is that how internet worked? You had to pick up the phone, dial a number?
No, what would happen is you would just sign in and it would use your phone line, so that meant you couldn't use your phone. So if somebody picked up the phone and started dialing random numbers, your internet would go out. And I think if you got a bunch of calls from people, like somebody just kept spamming you calls, it would also take your internet out too.
Yeah, if somebody called you, your internet would go out as well.
Yeah. All right, let's do this.
This is the problem. It's not the emulator. This is the problem. Oh boy, no, but you know what? It continues. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Nintendo, in their own lawsuit, then, is now using tweets. Look, I'm scrolling up and down to show you this is in the lawsuit, that I'm not making this up, of actual Twitter users talking about Tears of the Kingdom being spoiled for them because the game got leaked online early. That's Yuzu's fault, guys. That's all Yuzu's fault. Not the fact that the game got leaked, not the fact that somebody went ahead and got a copy of the game and put it on the internet. None of that stuff. It's the emulator that's the problem.
So like Pentium and
Nothing
Pentium
else in the supply chain could be the issue. I mean, you already tried to sue somebody for $1.2 million in Australia just because they put a copy of Super Mario Brothers Wii.
So what?
Elle is saying like Pentium 2 or Pentium 1 or Pentium 2 would have been more contemporaries to the time.
Yeah, I think Pentium 4 was like the early 2000s, like 2001, 2002.
Yeah, Pentium 3 and 4 might have existed around that time, but they would have been like very cost prohibitive. It was basically like the best of the best supercomputers.
Because 2002, I was playing it's a game called Grail Online. It was a like Zelda Link to the Past online game, and I had a Pentium 4 processor. So
on the internet, all those years ago. And you couldn't figure it out now, but you did it back then.
Yeah, 2 gigahertz. That's like faster than my computer was in like 2007.
This is going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster.
My computer was like 1.2
It's not just
gigahertz.
once that they're using tweets about leaks. They're using them multiple times inside the actual lawsuit. PSA looks like copies of Tears of the Kingdom are out now, so there's a high chance of plot or major spoilers showing up in the coming hours or days. And they're sitting here trying to tie this to Yuzu as a feature about telemetry. According to Yuzu's website, collects anonymous data about its users for use of the software. And they're saying that, because people were using Yuzu to play Tears of the Kingdom, therefore Yuzu is the reason people went ahead and dumped the game on the internet, and that's why 1 million downloads were happening. It's Yuzu's fault. This is the most thing I've ever actually seen a company try to do. And then we've got Discord logs now. That's what we're using in our actual. I cannot believe we're at a point in time where a company is using Discord logs to try and put into lawsuits. What were you looking for your new Discord kitten? Is that what happened? Is she not ooh enough for you? Is that what's going on? Is that why you're mad about this? Look, they're even going so far back as to 2018 when this first came out. Hey folks, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee are now playable
back in the early 2000s.
in-game.
Yeah, I can
the latest
imagine.
Canary build of
and
Yuzu
probably
on the
very
list.
like
And they're trying to
resource intensive. Like I would imagine like they would probably require like a lot of like ventilation. So you couldn't get like a Pentium 4 in a laptop back in the 2000s, I would imagine.
say that like, oh, this is the fact of Bunai officially gets new games running the day before the game's released for the United States. For instance, Bunai linked a Patreon article, which also informed the belief that Bunai drafted the announced date on May 28th. So yeah, so they're sitting here trying to say, oh, because you have a Patreon, that yes, they're getting like $30,000 a month for this Patreon because they're getting support for it. The thing is, though, they're not selling the actual emulator. They're literally getting support for that emulator and then releasing earlier builds of that.
That is a really good point, because they're not getting they're getting donations. They're not selling it. They're getting donations.
Yeah, but like that, you know, like that like the ROM websites are the same thing. Like that's how Nintendo was successful in bringing down a lot of these ROM sites, because like, yeah, they weren't directly making money. They weren't like forcing you to pay a certain amount of money, but they still had a PayPal link on their website. They still had, you know, maybe they had like a Patreon or something.
Because it's kind of like a weird thing, because like we're not just talking about software, we're also talking about like
when you're taking donations for a thing, that kind of opens up a new gray area, and I understand why they would take donations, because I mean, like, it's not free on Yuzu's part to make the emulator. They gotta, you know, put into account like, you know, electricity costs and programming costs and all of that, but at the same time, like,
but a big thing to realize too is
opens up a more nefarious can of worms.
So the thing too that I think might also be a legal argument, and I'm not saying it's a strong one, but a possible one, is that you can argue that Yuzu is just software. When it comes to Nintendo's product, it's not software, it's software and hardware. They made their own software, you know, so maybe that might be something they can do and go down an avenue of. Obviously, it sounds kind of...
I'm not actually sure if that's true. I think... Didn't someone go into like the source code to like the SNES Online app, and like it was actually using SNES 9X as the backend? I could be wrong about that, but
I know with the Sony PlayStation Classic, they literally downloaded an emulator online and put it on their console.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I mean, and like quite literally, you didn't even have to go into the source code. You just had to plug a computer in and press the escape key, and it would take you to the PCSX reload.
Yeah, you had to have a very specific. Menu. You had to have a very specific type of keyboard, though. There's only certain ones that would work.
I had one that worked.
Yeah, I didn't have one that worked. I tried.
I had one that worked. It was I think it was just literally like a standard Apple keyboard or something I plugged in, and it was just like I pressed the escape key, and like you could even do like F3, F4, and you could like save and load state right on the system, which was not initially a feature.
Yeah.
On the PlayStation Classic. I thought the Super Nintendo used like SNES 9X as a backbone, though.
I think Nintendo made their own emulator for it.
Did they? I could be wrong.
I think they did, but I do know for basically, I'm pretty sure it's a fact that Sony literally just used an online emulator, which I think, like you said, I think was PSX or something like that.
Yeah, it was PCSX. I own a PlayStation Classic, and I can confirm that it's literally PCSX that they use.
Yeah,
and not even like not even necessarily like the best. Not even necessarily the best possible version they could have used. There, if you hack the PS Classic, you can use RetroArch. You can have it default to RetroArch, and the games actually run a little bit better. There's reasons why you might necessarily not want to do that, but you know, far be it from. You know, I personally use the stock emulator because RetroArch kind of had some issues for me, but I think if you like brought down the specs, it could have worked a bit better. I don't know.
I know one of the things you could do was you could go into the settings on there with the keyboard, and you could switch it from PAL to NTSC, and hey, it actually runs at 60 FPS. Yeah,
and Sony didn't even give proper credit when they used the PCSX emulator. That's true, yeah. The PCSX, or the PlayStation Classic, was just such a goddamn rush job. It's like, it's amazing how badly that failed. Like, the PlayStation Classic, like, it came out at like $200 or something ludicrous like that.
$100.
Oh, $100 still ludicrous for how much of a rush job it was.
Within a month, it was down to like 50, and then within like 2 months, it was like 20-30 bucks.
Yeah, and then they just discontinued it after that, and then people started realizing, hey, you can hack this, and then they started going back up in price. I think I paid something like $60 for mine, and for what it's worth, the PS Classic, very good way to, if you don't have a dedicated emulation machine already, PS Classic, a pretty cheap way to get into it.
Yeah, so what happened with that is it kept going down and down and down in price to the point it got discontinued and you couldn't buy it anymore. And then people realized you could hack it, so the third-party market became really, really a good market.
Yeah, like if I ever decide to resell my PS Classic, I could probably make my money back and then some.
Yeah, I wanted to go visit my brother in Colorado. I gave him a PlayStation Classic a couple months ago. Because I literally, it was, I bought one and it went down to like 30-40 bucks or something like that. It was like buy one, get one free at Best Buy. So I bought another one and I got two more. So I have one in the box.
Yeah, wasn't there like bundles at one point where you could just get a PlayStation Classic free with a PS4 Pro or something?
Yeah, dude. I was working at Best Buy at the time and like they were giving them away basically as long as you bought the right price or right product.
Bundle. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Emulator to people who are Patreon supporters. So you're not technically selling it. It is going through a support system where, honestly, that could be the one place where I would see user getting a big slap on the wrist for doing that. But we saw the same thing happen with Bleem, where they were actually selling it in retail stores. This isn't anything new. And the problem is, this precedent has already been set. And Nintendo doing this is truly one of the most things I've honestly ever seen. This entire lawsuit, in my opinion, really isn't going to go anywhere. I really feel like the precedent has already been set for other things in this market with emulators and emulation themselves. What I do think is going to happen is that Nintendo is going to bury Yuzu in legal fees, so much so that they cannot continue to actually run the project or continue to update the project, and they have to shut it down due to financial concerns. That is why I think this is going.
I foresee that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Is I think they're just going to take them to court so long that they just have to go down. That was part of my little silly conspiracy theory. They're getting rid of the bad one and keeping the good one around. Get rid of the competition.
Yeah. Well, I also think that like I keep saying, I think Nintendo has a case. They're just shooting themselves in the foot with the legal arguments they're making.
Nintendo likes playing on a hard mode, apparently.
Apparently.
No. Because honestly, let's take a look at it from this perspective. If Nintendo actually wins this court case, this is going to destroy all types of emulation and all types of game preservation moving forward forever and ever. And this is coming from somebody who's gone back to buy old video games that they had when they were teenagers that they actually loved, to go through and have those physically in my hand, even though I know they're going to degrade and turn to dust over time. The thing is, buying those games
like
secondhand
years,
has been a nightmare. Not only in cost, but also in quality of the actual product, not being up to par of what I expect, especially for what people are actually paying right now. And Nintendo literally having the gall and audacity.
Yeah, Nintendo hard, exactly.
On their own website, that the best way to find older games is to go to thrift stores or even flea markets and things like that to find those old games. And here's my thing about this entire process. Nintendo is going back literally and using emulation, which they have stated promotes piracy, to then sell those emulated games to customers. So there's number one right there. Congrats, you played yourself. Number two, you are literally doing everything you possibly can to find whatever weird string you can attach yourself to in order to go ahead and say, oh, this is the reason why emulation is bad, or this emulator, when literally Skyline and Ryujinx also exist. And the fact that these developers
Skyline, I'm not even aware of that
on
one.
GitHub available for everyone to see, you are literally fighting a losing battle, because that code is now on the internet. Once it's on the internet, it is there forever, and you're stuck with it.
True.
So even if Yuzu shuts down, someone else will pick up the slack and you'll have to do it again. You are literally fighting a race and a war that you cannot win, because the internet is going to do what they do best.
No, do not fight a race war.
Going to fuck over.
I do not condone that. I do not condone doing that.
We only condone console wars here.
I agree.
Can. And God, I love it. And
Sega
thirdly,
Genesis
you
Master
waited
Race.
this long to
Who's with
provide
me?
this lawsuit after so many years of Yuzu being active and still being available.
No,
for you to go
TurboGrafx
ahead.
Master
And you
Race.
thought about using
more of a
all of this stuff
third-party,
together to then pull it
supporter.
together by using fucking Discord logs and tweets in a lawsuit. I can't believe that this is the timeline that we're in. This is the timeline that we're in.
For the Church above thee.
Yeah, his whole little argument about like you're going against emulators, that you're using your own emulator. Well, like when you think about the PSP, like, how could you play PS1 on the PSP? Because they put an emulator on it. Like, so you're literally putting out the thing that you're fighting them for the thing you're putting out, and you're putting out for free to begin with.
Nintendo's been using emulation since the GameCube, like the Legend of Zelda Master Sword Collection or whatever that was called.
Yeah.
Like, that had like it had like basically virtual console-esque emulation ports of Zelda 1 and 2, and I think you could even play Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, it was like Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask.
Was Majora's Mask on there? I didn't even remember that.
The GameCube disc, right?
Yeah, and I think it came with some bundle of Wind Waker.
Yes, it was. You got Wind Waker, and I think it was either Wind Waker or it came with a specific GameCube. One or the other.
I don't know.
I think it was a GameCube
the original NES games. Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
The original NES games were but I think true.
Just the first one, but when it comes down to what you're saying, Wind Waker, the one that came with that was a pre-order bonus was Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Master Quest.
Well, for GameCube, so not the N64 Japanese version, right? So like, if that's the case, then technically you could say they've been using emulation since the N64.
Yeah, they've been using it for a long time, man, and that is a good thing to bring up, is that it's like you're putting it out there. What's to say that people can't just jailbreak your console and use it like that? Because, for instance, like with the PSP, I couldn't just put my games on there. I had to buy it through them. I had to hack my PSP and download my own games from my own discs I own to play it on there. They gave me the tools. So, like, you can't be mad at emulation, but also put out an emulator, you know?
The PS2 was... I don't think it had like native PS1 support. I think it used emulation to emulate PS1 games.
No, it actually had the hardware inside the console.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, still, like...
Same thing with the DS with the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, true. Well, like the Xbox 360, that infamously used emulation for original Xbox, and it barely worked.
Yeah, so 360 was emulation.
Yeah, and it only got to like something like 30% compatibility.
Yeah, and the original, I think the original PS3, the one that was backwards compatible, also was hardware backwards compatible as well.
I think it might have been for PS2. I think PS1 might have been emulation, because I think that might be why it carried over into like later versions of the PS3, whereas PS2 didn't.
Well, with the PS3, when it came out, you could do backwards compatibility with the PS2. I think they did what they did with the PS.
Later models, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, they took it out.
Models, they dropped I think they might have dropped that.
Because if that was software, it would have been in all the models. So I'm pretty sure it was hardware for the PS3.
Yeah, but all models to the PS3 can play PS1 games. Just not all can play PS2 games.
Yeah, I would assume that's software then.
I think so, because I have a PS3 Slim. I can play PS1 games. I can't play PS2 games.
I never tried to play a PS1 game.
I have like a dedicated original PS2 Slim to do PS2 games. But I mean, like, obviously, like, if you want to talk about like retro emulation, you know, Virtual Console, that's where that kind of. But Game Boy Advance was selling classic NES games, which were essentially, you know, like tiny emulators that Nintendo was packaging on cartridges.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like that was just emulation. They didn't like recreate the game from the ground up. They created their own emulator and then sold it on a cartridge so you could play like Super Mario Brothers, Castlevania, Metroid, Dr. Mario, things like that on a Game Boy Advance cartridge.
But another interesting point he brought up was that even if you do get rid of Yuzu, the code's already out there. Like, it's just somebody else is going to pick it up and just keep running with it, and it's going to be, instead of Yuzu, it'll be Buzu or something like that. You know, like, it's going to keep going. You're not going to get rid of it. It's on the internet. That's how the internet works.
Oh, some PS1 games didn't work even on the PS3 Slim. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was some issues. There was also
none of the games I ever tried had issues, but I could imagine there are some.
I think even with the PS2, there were some issues with it as well. But I think a lot of that might have had to do with the laser.
I think, I think there were like some issues with like, I think like Metal Gear Solid, because like the original PS2s were like front loading. so it wasn't like as easy to like just take a game out and swap it. You kind of had to push a button, have the disc tray come out, which had to be done in software, and then you would put the thing in. I could imagine like something like Final Fantasy VII may not have worked on all of the PS2 models, or Metal Gear Solid, or some of the other like multi-disc games.
Yeah, there was points that I ran into problems with it. I really think it was just the laser, because there was points I couldn't do anything on my PlayStation 2, and literally open it up, just use the compressed air on the laser, and then boom, everything ran smoothly. Because an issue with the PlayStation 2 original was like just dust getting on the laser. Very big design flaw.
If you sue forbidding the use of the Yuzu source code, it works. Yeah, I keep saying.
Well, it's not that
Maybe there might be
simple. It's
some-
like I said earlier. You can literally take the code and you can alter it just enough to make it not Yuzu anymore, and then it's all of a sudden legal again.
True. Well, and
And that's what coders do. They're
Here-
not going to use the exact
Yeah.
same code, obviously, because then it's
True.
just sets you up for another lawsuit. You
I
take it,
keep
use it as a
saying-
basis, and then alter it.
yeah. Well, I keep saying like, and honestly, I think it might lead some credence to your conspiracy. Is like, I think if Nintendo really wanted to, like, take Switch emulation down, they could. They're just using the worst arguments possible, and I think they like somebody smarter than them and smarter than me should be saying to them, hey, these legal arguments are not going to hold water.
Yeah.
Here are some legal arguments that could hold water. So I have to wonder if Nintendo is just lighting a fire under Yuzu's butt,
Yeah.
taking the taking them to court, bleeding them dry to where they can no longer function as an entity.
Yeah.
And then using Ryu Jinx, or I guess Skyline. I've never heard of that, but maybe I guess that's also a Switch emulator.
Yeah. I think I put in perspective what I'm trying to say too is like, think of it like this. Nintendo's a company. What are they trying to do? They're for profit. They're trying to make profit.
True.
So obviously they want to spend as little money as possible to make the product. So what would be the best thing? Hey, if we want to do emulation later, it'd be kind of cool to just pay this, let it kind of flourish, and then pay somebody who knows how to do it already.
If the next rendition of if the next Nintendo console has backwards compatibility with Switch, they could do it with emulation.
Yeah. So they could save some money. Be like, hey, we'll just give you a soft 2 mil or something like that, and cool, we got all this code.
And then they could potentially use Ryu Jinx as a back end,
and call it something else.
The Wii U did that. Like literally, if you want to play Wii games on the Wii U, there's a certain thing that you press, and it'll literally shut down the Wii U software and then reboot into a VWii or virtual Wii mode.
Really?
Which is essentially Wii emulation.
I did not know that. I never had a Wii U.
Yeah, so if you have a Wii U, in order to play Wii games, you have to you can put it. So you put a disc into the Wii U, a regular, legally bought Wii disc.
Yeah.
And then it'll say like, do you want it to appear on the TV, or do you want it to appear on the TV and the gamepad? So you can play Wii games on the gamepad. In fact, I think you can use. I think you can even use the Wii U gamepad as a sensor bar.
Interesting.
And it's dual booted, so it shuts down the Wii U and then reopens the VWii virtual Wii, and it even has like all the same like health and safety stuff, and literally it just boots into a Wii menu, and like you can even transfer all of your I have all of my old virtual console games from when I was a kid and I had an original Wii. So I can still play like Mario 3 on the Wii virtual console.
That's nice. Yeah, I don't have a lot of virtual console games. I just have the ones they gave me for free when I bought the original Nintendo 3DS, because they did the ambassador program.
Oh yeah,
I have all those.
yeah. I did not get. I didn't get I've got my 3DS too late for that.
Yeah, I got mine when it came out, and I have like I think it's
Yeah.
like God like 7 or 8 GBA
There were
games, and a whole
Game
bunch
Boy
of NES
Advance
ones.
games that you couldn't get otherwise. Like
Yeah, they're
that,
on
that
my
was funny. Was like
yeah,
that was
they're on my
funny how
3DS.
like that was funny how like they literally gave you like 10 Game Boy Advance games that you could download, and I think they were like Metroid Fusion and
Minish
a
Cap.
couple others.
I think there's
Minish
like an
Cap,
F-Zero.
maybe.
I could probably
So,
it's probably not charged up, but yeah, there's like a bunch of good ones on there.
yeah, they did that, and then like for the longest time, people kept asking them, "When are you going to add Game Boy Advance to the Virtual Console?" And Nintendo was like, "We just physically can't do it. The 3DS isn't powerful enough." Dumbass, you just did.
I watched a video on that like last week.
That's like, why did you not put Game Boy Advance on the Virtual Console?
And they run buttery
You could have
smooth
done
too.
that.
You know what also
Huh?
happened? They run buttery smooth too. But another thing that happened too is that there is a bunch of SNES games that you could not play unless you had the new 3DS.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Earthbound is one of them.
True.
All right.
Well, I think all of the SNES games you couldn't play unless you had a new 3DS.
Probably. I never really bought a bunch of virtual console games. The only ones I bought was literally Earthbound.
I got some Virtual Console games literally when I hacked the console.
Oh, nice. Yeah, all the ones I have are the ones I got for free for being an ambassador and paying the full price for the $250, I think it was, for the original 3DS, and I just kept transferring to my new 3DSs, so I still have them all.
There are like 8 different versions of the PS2. I think there was only 2, or like there was like 2 and like a couple revisions of the PS2 Slim. I know the PS2 Fat. You want to talk about like consoles with a high failure rate? PS2 Fat. I would be very surprised if there are like
The main
would be
issue
very
was, like I
surprised.
said, the whole laser. The laser would just get dust on it. People wouldn't know how to fix it.
No, and no, the laser would just die. Honestly, like if I guarantee you, I would be surprised if like 10% of the original launch era PS2s
Yeah.
still work. It's like it's like original NES levels of failure rate. Like
Yeah.
if you own an original NES, odds are it either doesn't work or has been refurbished at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I remember like even like back in like 2003, 2004, one of my stepbrother's friends literally is like, "Oh, this PS2 doesn't work." So he gave it to him, and like my dad opened it up for him and just literally just sprayed on the laser, and my friend, or not my friend, my stepbrother literally got a free PS2. And his friend was so freaking mad. It was just like, dude, you gave it to him. No takesies backsies.
I've tried several times. I used to have a PS2 Fat that my brother had. It didn't read like certain PS2 games.
Yeah,
I
so
tried
like it was
opening
weird.
it up several times. Ultimately, I think the laser was just dead.
So the issue that happened with mine was, so if you looked at the PS2 games on the bottom, a lot of them would be like the kind of like clear, like mirror looking ones, but also there's ones that
but
were
some
blue
of
and
the- yeah,
purple.
no, that's typical. Like it
Yeah.
would play the blue games, but it wouldn't play the like bigger games.
So
which
mine would
I
always
only
play
found
the
out
clear
until
ones.
fairly recently
Yeah.
why the blue discs exist. It's because they use CDs and the regular ones are DVDs.
That makes sense, to be honest. But yeah, like when it came down to it, like so if it was like the mirror one, like, you know, obviously we'll just call that clear because there's like no color in it. It's just
Yeah.
clear disc.
Yeah.
Those ones would always be read just fine. I might have to like run it like 2-3 times, but the blue and purple ones, I'd have to run them like 1,000 freaking times, and it was just so frustrating.
Yeah, it was like the opposite. I don't know. I had a lot of issues with the. Ultimately, I got a PS2 Slim. Those things are really honestly, the PS2 Slim, I genuinely don't understand how they did that, because like they like the PS2 Slim is like 3 times slimmer than the PS2 Fat. Honestly, it's still kind of a marvel of engineering that I don't entirely understand how they did it. And they added in a built-in modem, so...
Oh, dude, I really wish I had that built-in modem. Also, Battle Puppet's trying to duck on us by saying I had a PS2 Fat that worked for over a decade. Screw you, Battle Puppet. Freaking lucky-ass bitch.
Bullshit. Prove it. Prove it. Send a video in Alkin's Discord. I want proof of that because you are a damn liar.
There is no dude. If you've been like, the only way that would happen is if it's like in the freaking sealed room where there's like no airflow, no way that dust can get in there, no skin cells.
If that's not what if CDs were usually the blue discs, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Cerulean. Sorry.
You know, it's interesting you say that because when I think about it now, it makes sense because all the blue discs that I ever had were always like didn't have like a lot of data on them.
Yeah, I remember like the Intellivision Lives was it was literally Intellivision games. That's not going to take up a lot of data. I know My Sims came on a blue disc.
Yeah.
I guess that didn't take a lot of data either. I mean, I guess the graphics aren't super intensive on The Sims.
Yeah. All right, let's keep pushing forward.
Yeah.
You thought about using all of this stuff together to then pull it together by using fucking Discord logs and tweets in a lawsuit. I can't believe that this is...
That is kind of funny.
This is the timeline that we're in. This is the timeline that we're in. Discord logs and tweets about the game being spoiled is what... Man, 2024 is going to be a wild ride, huh? And I know what's going to happen in this video, what's going to be happening in the comment section or on Twitter.
Oh, you don't have it anymore? Oh, how very convenient.
How convenient. How convenient.
Convenient.
You know, that's almost like, oh, hey, my dad used to work for Nintendo. What happened?
Cerulean said the same thing, and I think he came up with it on his own because probably like he said that before like the
stream caught up yet.
Latency could, yeah.
I have it on like low latency, but like, dude, it still takes like 2-3 seconds.
Get out of my head, never.
I really care about anything. You're just a thief. Yeah, okay, if that's what you think, sure. I don't really care. The difference is this: video games are a medium to be preserved.
You have a PS2 Slim that works. That's not impressive.
Nothing in order to preserve those games. Instead of actually providing you the ability to buy those games.
I also have one that doesn't, I think.
Whatever new format that they can, it'll cost them less than $1 more than likely to go ahead and make their own emulator, so they can put it on their service and sell you for $5, and they'll make a fuck ton of money. For whatever particular reason, they don't want to do that. They want to sit on these games and do nothing with them. And then when you go ahead and you say, all right, well, if you don't want to sell me the product,
Slim had a brick,
I'm just going to go ahead and...
What?
PS2 Slim didn't. The PS2 Slim had a brick, didn't it? I think actually the PS2 Fat didn't. But like the PS2, I think that might be like one of... True, that might be like one of the ways they slimmed it down is they probably just... Like one of the major ways they slimmed it down is they just got rid of the internal power supply and made it external.
Yeah, at that point you would need like a, what's it called, an anti-surge protector.
Yeah, and like the PS2 Slim had like a little box. It was like it was like the 360 box, but like much smaller.
Yeah.
Like it was like it was like a camera charger almost. Like digital cameras back in the day, if you remember that.
Only thing that happened with PS2 though was the disc tray got fucky wucky after so many years. I don't know. I don't think I have my PS2 anymore. So.
Yeah, there were a bunch of problems with the PS2, especially the fat ones. Really, like those had a really high failure rate. Like I'd say like the top 3 consoles with the highest failure rates are the PS2 Fat, the original Xbox 360, and the original Nintendo Entertainment System, the US one that had like the weird fucked up VCR cartridge slot.
Interesting.
And
they did do that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say like the Switch, but like the Switch runs fine. It's the Joy-Con, so it's a little bit kind of hard to say that. It's kind of a little bit hard to say like the Switch had a failure rate when really it was the controllers built into it.
But one thing I noticed about the Switch too is like obviously there's Joy-Con drift, and obviously sometimes it happens when it's actually like you have your Joy-Cons on the actual console itself. But what I've noticed is a lot of times, a lot of the people that are like, I have Joy-Con drift, there's a weird thing. Like if you're using your Joy-Cons from like a long enough distance, like, like we'll say like 7, 8, 9, 10 feet, for some reason, it just Joy-Con drifts. Because my Joy-Cons work just fine. But if I'm sitting like more than 6 feet away from my TV, I get Joy-Con drift. But if I put it on my console or I'm sitting up close to it, it doesn't happen.
I had Joy-Con drift, and I pretty much exclusively played in portable mode.
Yeah.
Same with my girlfriend at the time. She had Joy-Con drift, and she ultimately had to get new Joy-Cons.
Because it was obviously like a software thing.
Ultimately, now I just use the Hori split pad because it's one. I always say this, like, one, it doesn't have Joy-Con drift, and two, even if it did, it would still be better than this piece of shit Joy-Con. Joy-Cons are the worst controllers. I would argue the worst controllers ever made. Okay, maybe not. Maybe like the Atari.
Have you never heard of a brand called Mad Catz?
Mad Catz is better.
You have to. Come on, Mad Catz is not as good as freaking the Joy-Cons.
They are better. You know why? Because they use actual buttons, not these like tiny little like clicky like that'll like cut into your thumb after a while. And the 3DS uses those same buttons, and it's like the 3DS you can't even like swap out the buttons to use like actual buttons. You have to use those shitty clicky ones or get like a 2DS maybe.
I always found the buttons on the Joy-Cons pretty comfortable. The only thing I didn't like about it was just how small they were.
Yeah, exactly, L. I got Joy-Conned.
Joy-Conned. All right, let's keep going.
Rim shot.
Take it, then you get mad when I take the product that you're not going to sell me when I want to give you the money for it.
Have you ever seen your arcade
Do you see how ridiculous that is and how that sounds? Discord. I do not want to buy a Switch because I don't want to sit here and have a device that literally runs worse than my Steam Deck, and where my Steam Deck can run games from the Switch far better than they can on the actual native hardware. So instead of dealing with your shitty hardware, why don't you just put the games on PC so I can play them anywhere and give you the money for it?
Nintendo not going to do that.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to do that.
Nintendo, I think that ultimately they will. A couple of console generations from now.
I would assume that maybe what they'll do is they'll go backwards, like, hey, we'll start putting our SNES games on Steam or something, you know? And then maybe N64, you know, kind of move up.
Maybe. I think that Sony and Microsoft are priming us for that future. I think that honestly, I think for Sony and Microsoft, this is probably going to be the last console generation. I said before that I thought there might be a PS6 maybe and a new Xbox. Now I'm not so sure because already Sony and Microsoft are putting some of their AAA IPs on other consoles, like the Switch and the Steam Deck and the PC.
I don't know about that. I would assume, because the thing that makes consoles so nice and so like makes people want to get them is that you know it's going to run on the console typically. Obviously, sometimes certain games like obviously Cyberpunk 2077 aren't very optimized for like PS4 and stuff like that. But when you get the console, you know the game's typically going to work. And a lot of times the game's optimized for the console you're playing with as opposed to PC where you might have a different graphics card, different processor. Hell, I don't know. Maybe even the motherboard and RAM might mess with the game for all we know.
True.
Yeah.
I think that Nintendo will probably... Because Nintendo can always justify the need to make new consoles because they can just do the quirkiest shit. Like,
yeah.
Nobody knew they wanted motion control gaming until they bought a Wii and Wii Sports, and they were like, oh, maybe this is the future of gaming. Nobody knew they wanted a hybrid portable and like home console like the Switch until they actually got one. I was like, wait, maybe this is the future.
So you own a Nintendo Switch, right?
I own a Nintendo Switch. Yeah.
Do you have a Pro controller?
Yes, and it is, in my opinion, the greatest controller.
Dude, every time I play on PC, if I can use my Switch controller, my Switch Pro, I always use it.
Yes, which is funny because I was
so
just
comfortable.
talking about like the Joy-Cons may be some of the worst controllers ever made. The Pro controller may be one of the best controllers ever made, and it's funny because it does the least out of all of them. It doesn't have a fancy touchpad like the PS4. Yeah. It doesn't have like pressure sensitive trigger. It doesn't even have analog triggers.
I need to start doing conspiracy time because here's the conspiracy: maybe they made the Joy-Cons so shitty. So you'd want to buy the Pro.
So you could buy the Pro controller.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think there might be some truth in that because, you should not use the Joy-Con controller
And think about it too, dude. Joy-Cons are like $60 and like the Pro controller's like 70 or 80. It's just like, god
Yeah,
dang.
yeah. I think they want you to buy the Pro controller. Honestly, like I like.
Well, they want to trick you with their color scheme thing. Like, oh, cool, you get new colors of your Joy-Cons. But you're also going to just go buy a Pro controller. So you're going to buy that. And you'll be like, oh, but I
think
want...
they make special. Well, I mean, I think they make like special edition. Like, don't they have like special edition like Zelda Pro controllers and Mario?
Yeah, there
ones?
was one. There was actually one that my friend was trying to get for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And it was
well,
Best Buy, and a
wait,
customer
wait.
stole it from him.
Well, I think there was I know like Hori Split Pad even has some special. I think there's like a Sonic special edition. There's a Pokemon one. There's a Xenoblade one.
Joy-Cons are 70 for left and right. How much is the Pro controller? I thought the Pro controller was like 60, $70.
I
Maybe
think
it's
it might
80.
be like 80. I think it might be 80. So I guess it's about the same price.
Dude, I'm holding my
But-
Pro
but
controller right
also,
now.
like-
It feels so good in my hands.
But also the Joy-Cons come with the console. You'd be paying for replacement Joy-Cons as opposed to
Well, that's what I'm
Pro
saying is that,
controller.
but the way they try to market is like you can get different colors. So you can
You
get
can
neon
plug a
yellow and
generic
pink and stuff like that.
PS2 USB controller into a no, I think you need like a certain adapter, I think, in order to do that. I don't think it works natively.
So there is a thing that 8-Bit Do makes, and it's pronounced 8-Bit Do. It's like the little thing that looks like
Is
the
it?
Mario brick, and like you can literally yeah, it's pronounced 8-Bit
I
Do,
have it.
like Scooby Doo. Yeah, so it's like there's a black one now, but I had the original orange one, and you could like you could like literally use PlayStation controllers, Xbox controllers.
I have that.
Yeah.
I have that.
I have it. I don't know
that.
what happened to it. It's gone.
I used to use that on my PS Classic, and I could play like PS3 wirelessly on the
Yeah.
PS Classic.
Yeah, I should have tried to use that. Does it work on the PlayStation Classic?
I don't know if it works dock. I know it does work if you jailbreak it.
Because I did use it on my Switch one time when I was playing Fortnite. Because I was like, I want to play with my Xbox controller because it just see how it feels.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, it works, but I don't know. There's something about like the when I aim down sights, I can use the gyroscope aiming to like finesse it.
You just need a USB adapter. Okay, maybe. So I do think you need to I think you do need to buy like special hardware on top of the USB controller. I'm not sure. I don't think like.
So the USB-C adapter will be only for the. You could definitely do it on a regular Switch. Definitely, that's the only way you could do it on a Switch Lite. But when it comes to the actual Switch itself, you can actually use the dock and plug in.
I don't think you can use anything but the stock controller on a Switch. You might be able to use Joy-Cons, maybe. Can you use like other controllers on the Switch Lite? You just only be able to play it like in handheld mode, right?
As long as they are Bluetooth, and if you can plug it in, find a way to plug it in
you play
USB-C
Bluetooth
maybe.
controllers? I would think the Switch Lite would have Bluetooth.
No,
If
it does.
has
It does. I've done it before.
Do you have a Switch Lite?
I have 3 Switch Lights.
Oh,
Yellow,
okay. So
blue,
yeah,
yellow, blue, and Pokemon.
Okay, so you can play it with like Pro controllers and stuff
Yeah.
on a Switch Lite. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Obviously, you'd want to get like a
I
little
thought I heard-
thing to hold it up for you, so like you can like see that. Because
Yeah,
obviously
you
you can't
have to
have a
like
dock.
prop it up against a wall or something like that.
Or get like one of those little
Fun.
cell phone holder thingies.
Yeah.
So
Like I've never owned a Switch Lite. My one friend's ex-wife used to have one. And I still need to get my copy of Metroid Dread back from my friend because she borrowed my copy of Metroid Dread and also The Witcher 3, and I still have yet to get those back.
dude, I've lent out so many games I never got back. Dude, there's people that lent me games and literally like moved and didn't even like say they were gonna move. It was like, oh, I got Mortal Kombat 9.
Most of my N64 games, my brother's friend took from me, and they were all the good ones. They were like Mario 64, GoldenEye.
Do you want to hear something that's gonna pierce your soul?
I have like 1080. What?
You know, like whenever you like see like a video where somebody hits their face, like ooh. So my brother's best friend, he traded Zelda Ocarina of Time. Guess what game he traded it for?
Superman.
That's actually a really good guess. Mission Impossible.
Oh no. Oh no.
He traded
That
Ocarina of
reminds
Time
me
for
of a-
Mission Impossible.
That reminds me of a story. I don't know if you remember who Silent Rob is, but like he used to be on YouTube back in the day. He was talking about like they both could get one game at a Best Buy. He got Super Metroid, and his brother got, I think, The Adventures of Dr. Franken.
Hmm.
And yeah, Super Metroid is much better than Dr. Franken, I think.
Happens, man. Happens. Right. I think
Yeah,
we have.
sometimes the allure of the cool sunglasses wearing Dr. Frankenstein's monster.
All right. So we have 3 minutes left.
See,
Power
you
through
see
it.
how that works? You are literally going ahead.
Oh, and then maybe, possibly, quite possibly, Battle Puppet might join us to talk a little bit further about stuff, and he can vouch on stream if he joins how the fuck he had a 10-year old PS2 fat that worked.
That he conveniently does not have anymore.
Exactly right. It's almost like my dad used to work at Nintendo.
Oh yeah. No, my dad works for Xbox, and he'll ban all of you guys.
And shooting yourself in the foot because you don't want to do the 2 seconds of work to port that game.
I
to
own every
PC
Switch
or
game.
any
It
other
just sort of
plastic box
happened.
because of whatever particular stick up your ass reason.
I don't even know how. I just
You are
woke up
literally
one day.
causing the
They
piracy
all
on
showed
your
up.
own, Nintendo. This is literally a problem that you have created yourself. And I know the fanboys are going to be like, "Oh, Nintendo would never go get him, Nintendo, shut him down." You know what you're doing? You're literally creating your own demise by doing that. By supporting Nintendo going after emulation, you are literally stopping the ability for you to actually own your products when your physical devices are no longer available and aren't able to be used anymore. And you have to go out and spend exorbitant amounts of money to some fuckwit named Billy Bob who was able to buy those games in the past in bulk and then selling you those games for 100 times the price. All because that he knows you are so much of a simp, you'll pay that money for that game. And Nintendo doesn't get a dime. He gets all that money. So congrats, you also played yourself. And here's the worst part about this. If Nintendo, even for some weird reason, wins this will set a precedent to every single game company and hardware manufacturer to say, hey, can we go ahead and get these emulators shut down too? Basically creating a chain domino effect that every single emulator out there that you have right now for your PS1, PS2, N64, Super Nintendo, even PS3, and even the PS4 now it's being emulated, those will get shut down too. Do you want to go ahead and have Bloodborne only be stuck onto your fucking PS4 that runs at 24 frames per second? You don't have to go find a PS4 for because they don't want to do fuck all to port it to any other device after that? Oh, now you're like, wait a minute, hold on, emulation is cool. Oh, no. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be stuck with Bloodborne only on the PS4 forever and ever. And I know there's a lot of Bloodborne fans out there, even though I think Bloodborne's fucking mid. Deal with it, you nerds. So anyways, y'all, let me know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. Are you a filthy pirate like me? You're going to go ahead and emulate everything you possibly can? Are you going to download your copy of Yuzu as quickly as you possibly can too? Or are you just going to be a simp for the rest of your life and keep giving this corpo money even though you know that they don't care about you at all? But hey, if you want to see more of this kind of content and my crazy hot takes and more PC port reviews, gaming news, Steam Deck videos, fanboy content, and live streams, subscribe to the channel. We've broken 62,000 subs and it really does.
All right, Alex, I don't need you to plug yourself on my channel. I'm joking. Everybody, if you do not know who this is OhNoItsAlexx. Go check him out on YouTube. This is his video. And yeah, I would say what me and LDP here did was very transformative content. This is a 17-minute video. We've been streaming for like 2.5 hours. So very transformative. A lot of stuff that he brought up here that was very... Are you there, LDP, by the way? I don't know if LDP can hear me. Can you hear me? The heck?
Not explicitly condone piracy. They don't really do anything
Oh, you just came back.
apart from. Oh,
I was like, what happened? I was like, where...
was I not on that whole time?
Dude, I literally was like, where are you, LDP? Well, you saw that though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking. Okay. Yeah, I saw the end of the video.
Okay.
But you know, to L's point, like, I think that precedent, like, worst case scenario, that precedent could be set. I think that if Nintendo had a stronger case, basically, like, yeah, Yuzu does not condone piracy, but they don't really do a whole lot to condemn it. like, yeah, they have, like, you know, legal text saying, like, don't pirate, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, if you don't listen to that and you want to download the games, there's nothing really stopping you from doing that. Like, they're like, it's not like saying, like, oh, you have to. I guess I don't really know how they would do that, though. So, like, you could say, like, I would see, like, an argument working of, like, if your emulator does not do anything to actively prevent you from pirating, then you could make a legal case as to this emulator should be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm saying that is a realistic legal argument that I could see working.
Well, I mean, with the GBA,
Nintendo's
if you
legal
wanted to,
arguments are stupid.
yeah,
Nintendo's legal arguments are stupid. But if that precedent was set, that kind of, like, opens the door for Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, Sega, you know, Magnavox Odyssey. That opens the door for all of them to just be like, yeah, no, you can't emulate our systems anymore because there's nothing actively preventing you from pirating games.
Well, even then, on top of that,
make money on.
Even on top of that, like, if they even did implement what you're saying, like, you know, like a thing that could stop you, like, what's to stop them from stopping me playing a game that I physically own that I've ripped myself?
Oh, I feel like that would kind of have to happen on the software side, but I think that would kind of that would ultimately sort of muddy the waters, is what I'm saying, and that's sort of the point, is if the legal precedent that I laid out, if that worked, which I think it's a strong one, I think that would be a good way for Nintendo to be able to take down these emulators and still have the legal means of doing it themselves.
But it's but also legally too. Like, they sold you a product, and now they're going to lock you out of the license of the product that you purchased. Like, you have a physical one, obviously you could do that, but even digital, you have a license. You have a license, physical and digital. If they lock you out of that, like, why do they have the legal right to do that? You paid for the license; they could just revoke it at any time. Like, I mean, obviously I guess they can, but it's just like. It's just like legal. It's the thing that I don't like. It's just like, I paid you money, and at any point you'd be like, yeah, we don't want you to play this anymore. It's like, so now you just get to keep my money. I don't get any of that back, you know?
Yeah, Nintendo's arguments are stupid. Like, I'm not a legal expert, r/not legal advice. I can make a better argument than you. Nintendo, call me. I will represent you. I will represent you, because apparently these motherfuckers aren't doing a good job now, are they?
They're doing a horrible job.
Yeah, I could do better. No, but, like, I'm saying that if Nintendo had this precedent of Yuzu is not doing anything to actively suppress piracy.
But why is it? Why would that be their job, though? They're just making a software.
Because it is.
It's not their job to protect.
It's a software that's a backdoor to piracy.
It's not their job to protect Nintendo's IPs. Nintendo's the owner of the IPs. It's their sole job to protect it.
That's fair enough, but I think that
I get what you're saying. Like, they should definitely make it as difficult as possible to actually pirate games, but, like, how do you differentiate between a pirated game and a game that somebody actually physically owns? Like, that's the real question.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, if they go with my argument, that would be successful in just killing all emulation, apart from emulation that can actually be controlled and regulated by the IP creators, i.e.
Which
Nintendo.
I really wouldn't like, because that means I can't rip my discs and play those.
Exactly, and I'm not. Yeah, exactly, and that would be a very bad thing to happen. But I'm not saying that I want that to happen. I actively do not want that to happen. That would be honestly quite terrifying.
That would kill your channel, actually.
It would kill my channel. It would kill L's channel. It would kill a lot of people's channel, and it would kill a lot of people's content. It would kill, game preservation, basically.
Yeah.
But I could see, but clearly the major corporations want that. So from their point of view, that would be a major win.
I mean, there's a saying that's going around that in the future you own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yes.
And that's what they're striving for, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally what this fight's all about.
That
You'll
is
own
what they are
nothing and you'll be
striving
happy.
for. Exactly.
And I don't like that.
Yeah, but I think those arguments are whatever they tell lawyers. I could imagine that, like, lawyers are... I have to imagine that lawyers are the ones giving... Because, like...
So
like
when
at
it
that
comes
point,
when it
like,
comes to law, you
like, at
don't
that point,
you don't do law. You practice law.
Yeah.
Like that's the
Like,
thing.
I have to imagine the lawyers are the ones making the arguments, because otherwise, why even have lawyers? Why doesn't Shigeru Miyamoto just represent himself?
Because even then, dude, like obviously I've mentioned on my channel before, like I'm dealing with a lawyer right now, and a lot of law is how you interpret it. If you can interpret it in like the way that the judge says okay, then yeah. Like you don't. It's almost like medicine. Like you don't do medicine. You practice medicine. You know, it's kind of like it's just everything can be applied in different ways. But when it comes to law, it's about how you interpret it, and have to be very careful about what's interpreted because, like you said, that does set a precedence for the future.
There might have been a precedent with emulators that requires them to protect IPs. I don't think there was, but I'm saying Nintendo wants there to be, and they want to change the precedent. And they could theoretically do that if they had a stronger argument than what they have now.
Because the only way that makes sense that would work is if somebody released a product that can actually put the actual physical copy I have into a computer or whatever I'm playing with, and a reason says, okay, cool, you're good to go. Which,
exactly.
Yeah.
And since that's kind of difficult on a hardware level without, Nintendo themselves doing it,
yeah,
that would just kill emulation.
But even then, like,
And
what would happen is if anybody
that
ever
would be,
did
it
that
would be a
themselves,
loss,
Nintendo
it
would
would be
take
a
on the
loss
fucking
for
quit.
consumers.
Yeah.
It would be a loss for consumers, but a major win for the big three.
Yeah. Because literally, if anybody ever made anything like that, like Nintendo would try to sue them immediately. Like, you're trying to pirate our games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is if they were successful in doing that, that would be extremely harmful to game preservation. It would be harmful to emulation immediately. Like no doubt. Like it would just kneecap the entire cottage industry of emulation. It would kneecap ROMs, obviously, and it would kneecap, any sort of game preservation. It would kneecap a lot of things. It would be a major shakeup in the gaming industry. But corporations, they would get a massive win if they just argued properly, which they aren't.
So Elle said, if it's clear and unequivocal, there's no room for interpretation. No, you'd be very surprised. As times change, there is a little bit of room for interpretation.
Yeah, laws. A lot of laws are left intentionally gray, so that they can be set to interpretation. That's why precedents get changed. That's why.
Because I'll put it this way: the idea of clear, unequivocal.
Something might be law today, and then the Supreme Court could strike it down. And actually, no, the Constitution says this, this, and this.
Well, also the idea of clear and unequivocal law, that also is a scary thing because that just means that there's no room to overturn it. There's no that just like if you do this, it's just like maybe, but there's laws are not as simple as like this and that. Like there's a lot more to it than that. Think of like murder and manslaughter. Like obviously if you kill somebody by accident, it's completely different than if you killed somebody on purpose. They don't say, oh, you killed somebody, therefore you go to prison and get killed. Like, or you go to prison and have life in prison and death sentence.
Yeah, everything is up to interpretation.
Yes.
But I think what Elle is saying is, it does depend on the law. There are certain inalienable laws that are not up for interpretation. In this case, I don't think that applies though. Elle knows his shit. He, I don't know if he passed the bar, but he definitely studied to get a bar license. So I mean, Elle knows his shit. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, it's a legal principle. There are it depends on the law, though. A lot of laws are left intentionally gray. I think that Nintendo could muddy the waters and change a legal precedent. I think they could do that if they legal if they argued properly, which they aren't. Ultimately, I think that Nintendo has a case. They're just going about it in the most ass-backwards way possible. All that it's going to accomplish is Yuzu is going to be bankrupted by all of the legal fees, and it's going to be pulled out of the market, and we're all going to switch to Ryujinx or Skyline, whatever the hell that is. Skyline is just like the Ross Perot of the emulator world, isn't it? Like
if the law is ambiguous,
just
there's room for interpretation. Welcome to American laws.
yeah,
Welcome to American laws.
yeah.
Dude, they write so many little gray areas that you can like skirt stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it's a good thing, but also could be a bad thing.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, who all is in chat? I guess L is in chat for sure. Is anyone else in chat? Drew, I guess.
I thought Battle Pup was here, but
yeah.
I guess he left. I invited him on the stream.
Well, yeah, because he knows that he's gonna have to defend his bullshit lie.
Yeah, it's obviously bullshit. How do you have, dude? The longest I've had the PS2 before I had to freaking clean off the laser was like maybe 3 years, and after that, it was like every 6 months I had to do it again.
No, see, because my uncle works for Sony, and he gave me like infinite working PS2 fats that just weren't sold. Okay.
Yeah, they just weren't sold. They were prototypes that never got released.
Yeah, they were prototypes. The prototypes were actually the really good working ones, and then Sony was just like, "Nah, let's make this purposely shitty," and they had to do that.
Well, that's one of the things that they've been doing in like the 20th century and even 21st century is like they're designing things to be badass and awesome, but not easy to fix. So, hey, just go buy a new one.
Right to repair.
Yeah. And a lot of companies are trying to fight that, especially Apple.
You know what? Well, honestly, like public pressure, I think has gotten to Apple on that.
That's
one.
good.
From what I understand, the iPhone 15 is the most repairable iPhone they've made in a very long time.
Yeah, because I can't remember the dude's name, but if you've ever seen it, there's like a dude that has like a shop and he makes videos about it, about how ridiculous it is to repair Apple products. It's just like, holy crap.
I think the iPhone 15 is the most repairable in a while. Like, you still need to do a lot of stuff. Like there has to be like a fine line between like you can't just put Phillips screws on a phone. Like that's just not going to look
the issue with
pleasing, and it's going to make it a lot bigger.
So the issue that happened with that is that people were doing private repairs, like private repair shops were repairing iPhones, and Apple is trying to sue them over it. And the thing about it is like, okay, well, you can repair your car, you can repair your TV, you can repair everything, but it's like, oh, this one product, I can't repair that. That'd be like if Nintendo said that, hey, you are not allowed to repair your own Nintendo products, and if you do, we're going to sue you if you go repair Nintendo products for other people. It's like the right to repair is an important thing. If you have the skills, you should be able to do it.
Well, like console manufacturers for years have basically been saying if you repair your own console, it voids your warranty. Like the PS2 even, it had a sticker where if you peeled that sticker, it voided your warranty, and you needed to peel that sticker in order to...
Are you talking about DK Oldies?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, dude. So DK Oldies is like, oh, dude, we got to watch DK Oldies stuff in the future. So they're a game shop somewhere, I think in Seattle or somewhere. They're somewhere up north. But they would, quote unquote, refurbish consoles. They didn't refurbish them. They literally just clean the outside and would sell them. But what they would do is they'd put a sticker over one of the screws, and they'd be like, if you remove this sticker, you lose your warranty through us.
Oh,
so, yeah.
No, I'm saying Sony themselves did that.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Sony, that is one thing that makes sense. With the DK Oldies thing, they're like obviously like a third-party seller, like a secondhand seller.
Yeah,
so like, I guess they legally... I don't know. Like, I feel like in a way they legally probably could do that, but also not.
No, like if you open the, okay, like if I think it was on the PS2 Fat for sure. I know had like a sticker where it was like if you tear off the sticker, it now voids your warranty. So, and you need to rip off that sticker in order to.
Yeah.
open up the console and do whatever repairs you need to do on that. So it's sort of like,
I don't like that though, because what if it just gets damaged by accident? Then you lose your warranty. That's stupid.
well, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe that's why they overruled it, because it's just like, hey, who's to say the sticker didn't fall up by accident? You know?
I think the 360 might have had a similar thing too, where like it had a sticker where if you peeled it, it would void your warranty. So it was like, yeah, you can repair your console, but if you, which I guess kind of makes sense. Like if you open it up,
Yeah. Well, what else that makes sense too?
If you open it up and you break it even more, then yeah, your warranty probably should be voided.
So what else that makes sense to me too? Like sometimes there's a sticker inside. Like sometimes there'll be like a moisture sticker, like it can detect that there's moisture.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like iPhones will have like a little sticker and it'll turn red if it gets water damaged.
Yeah, but even then, maybe they can have something to see if you actually tampered with certain things inside. And because if you mess with it and like you mess it up, it's like, well, you fucked up the console. You don't. It's not on us. You took away the proof. You know.
Well, like Apple for a little while, they had like a software quote unquote feature where like if you replaced the screen with a third party screen, it would detect that and not work. And then all of a sudden, suddenly, third party screens started working again. So,
Yeah. Yeah, dude, Apple was horrible
So it can
with that crap.
sometimes detect if you're using third party parts, non OEM parts.
Battle Pup, what do you mean patiently waiting? Are you ready to come into the call? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
get your
hurry
ass in
up.
here.
He's like patient. He sends me a gift saying patiently waiting. It's like, does that mean you're ready?
Yeah, get your ass on here.
I'll see if I can add him to our current call. How do I add somebody to it? Let me see. Let me go. Where are we? Right here. And then I click on this. Send friend request. Wait, what?
Is is that a YouTube channel?
It's a shop. There's a way I can add somebody. God dang it.
I kind of want to look into this controversy now because that's pretty fucked if they think they can like.
You're gonna love it, dude. You're gonna have dude. Literally, I'm gonna tell you what you should do. Look into it and then make a stream where you're just chatting for like an hour or two and just talk about it. Because I guarantee you, I can already tell you right now, you need to stop just only doing gameplay streams and just do a bunch of just chatting streams. Because obviously you have a lot to say.
I tried something like that once where I did like a turntable stream where I just played records and chatted. Honestly, I just don't. I ran into the same problem you
LDP,
did.
You're not my friend. You have to add me as a friend on Discord. That's why I can't add Battle Puppet to the call. So just go to your go to your friends thing and add me. I guess we never did formally add each other.
Did we not? Okay.
I guess not.
I don't.
I know we're in each other's servers.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Maybe a friend request. Oh, my dog is
Now Battle Puppet's sending me
let
me in memes. I think Battle Puppet's just trolling me.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Are you on PC?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so you clicked. Yeah. So yeah, it should be that. There we go.
I just accept. See if you can add him now. I'm gonna step away for a second. My dog is wanting to go out. And,
I actually need to take my dog out too. So you know what we'll do?
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute your mic real quick. Actually, I'll deafen the mic so you don't have to worry if you come back. And I'll just play some music while I'm gone. Take my dog out to go poop.
Okay. Good.
All right. So. Oh my God, L. Okay, that is so true. There's multiple times where like he kind of brings up a point. He's like, "Oh, I want to interject," and he just keeps going. And then also like when you talk, like you try to like talk and interject, he just starts talking louder, and it's like, okay. I used to be the same way when I started. Not when I started stream, but I used to join one of my streams, one of my friends' streams back in the day, and I had to get really good at like kind of like giving people room to talk. I wouldn't go off for 30 minutes, but I would like, they were used to like, okay, somebody would talk for like 20 to 40 seconds and I would talk for like a minute to a minute and a half. They're like, oh, that's way too much. So I had to get used to just kind of just, toning that down a little bit. But let me see. Let me play some music for y'all guys, and I'll be back in like literally like less than 5 minutes. All right, I am back. Let me unmute chat real quick if I can. Okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Is he back? Can you guys hear me? Okay, that's kind of weird. I don't know if
Hey, I came back temporarily, but I do need to go back out and get my dog. So
okay, yeah, take your time.
yeah, work on getting. See if you can work on getting this battle Muppet or whatever.
Battle Muppet. I love that.
The Pastor, you know, it's like my favorite Metallica album, Pastor of Muppets.
You know, yeah. I like that. I'm gonna keep
All right.
that.
Good, good. I do expect royalties though.
I'll give you royalties and smiles and laughs.
Absolutely not. I'm taking you to court.
All right, Nintendo.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, Terminator. Moshi Moshi.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much.
Not much. So that was an interesting video. I will say he had a lot of opinions.
Yeah. This whole Nintendo thing's just ugh.
There's a lot of gray areas in the saying because like I can understand from Nintendo's perspective, but also there's like another part was like, you know, but also, hey, this might not be a good thing.
Well, you also gotta take into account that Nintendo is based in Japan. Their laws are very different.
Yeah, but aren't they being? So is it Nintendo Japan that's doing this, or is it?
Yeah, it is Nintendo Japan that is doing it.
Okay, not Nintendo of America, which makes no sense.
Yeah, with Nintendo of America, they're kind of in a rock and a hard place when it comes to things because they have to follow through with what the Japan branch does. Because in Japan, they have differing laws. For example, the one that I referenced a little bit ago was with Judgment. When Judgment was being ported over to the PC, or at least being proposed to be ported after the release of Lost Judgment, Sega ran into a bunch of legality issues with Yagami's acting agency because they had the rights to his likeness and his voice.
Interesting.
So, and it got to the point where people thought that the Judgment series would never come to PC, but it's come to PC since then. But because of the laws there, it almost didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yo,
What's up?
Let them.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you could call it that too.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. You are currently more full of shit than my dog right now, because
Well, that would be very impressive because I did just take a dump a bit ago.
so did my dog.
Mm.
Well, how big is your dog? That's the real question.
I don't know. I'd say pretty large. Lab Vizsla.
Oh, at least it doesn't think it's a smaller dot, does it?
She used to. She used to think she was a lap dog when she wasn't.
Oh, good. I had a dog like that.
She's learned her lessons.
Right.
Yeah, I had a dog like that, and she thought she was a Chihuahua.
Oh.
Chihuahua. So, Battle Puppet, anything about the whole... Oh, yeah, by the way, just if you don't know this by now, ODP, Battle Puppet is a simp for the himbo. He calls him the himbo. The guy we just watched.
No.
Hey, he's a professor of himbology. I have to take all the images of him.
Who are we talking about?
The guy we just watched.
Oh, that dude, the fucking Spawn Wave, but like Spawn Wave's
With a
like
good hairline.
retarded cousin or something.
So, Battle Puppet, I really want to hear what what you have to say about this whole Nintendo thing.
I think it's just really dumb. In general, I think it's very dumb in what they're doing, trying to set a precedent with what they're
I think the
trying
way
to
they're
do with
going
this
about
law.
it is dumb. Yeah.
What they're doing and how they're trying to go about it is very dumb, and I fully believe that they're only going after Yuzu because Yuzu is one of the most popular emulators, at least for the Switch.
And it's the easiest to get up running and configured. Like you don't need to download any you might need to download firmware, but you don't
You don't
need
have
to
to do very
download
much
like
for it, yeah.
yeah. It's the easiest to get up and running. Even Ryujinx has some more stuff that you have to get up and going. Skyline, I've never even heard of that until just a couple of minutes ago, so I don't know how good that one is, but
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. I've never used a Switch emulator. I'm fully familiar with other emulators, but the Switch one I
yeah.
haven't touched.
I've used I've used Yuzu, and I've used Ryujinx, and both seem to run pretty well. But you know, like I did at the same time, like I said at the top of the video, like from a moral perspective, I just don't want to do that. Like,
Well, the thing with emulating, I don't have an issue with it because a lot of these games you cannot play anymore or can't really get
not
for
Switch
a cheap
games,
price.
not Switch games.
Yeah, not Switch games.
Unless
but
you
in
break your
general,
Switch, you can't break it. You can't play anymore unless you break it. If you break it, you
True.
can't play anymore. You got to buy a new one.
Switch, I'm a little more gray area about because Switch is
Yeah, and that's my stance exactly. Is like that's why I have a Switch emulator and I have a couple of Switch ROMs on my Steam Deck. I don't really use it all that much unless it's something I physically own. And because like I said, like it's not just Nintendo that you're hurting. It's not just Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft. It's all of the developers who are paid like shit regardless and paid even less if the game underperforms.
Yeah, with Switch emulation, I'm a little gray about because it's still a very relevant console.
And yeah, and like not just Nintendo is selling games, but Paul Anderson, in Boise, Idaho, is also making Switch games. So like that hurts him just as much as it hurts Nintendo.
Yeah, but when it comes to emulating older generation titles, I don't really have a problem with it
Yeah,
because
same here.
trying to find them for a reasonable price, trying to find the hardware for a
Yeah,
reasonable
and you're
price.
going on the secondhand market anyway. It's not like
Yeah,
Nintendo's making money off of that anyway.
it's a pain in the butt in general, and there are so many games that I did not play growing up, such as Xenosaga or Dot Hack, because I didn't know about them. And
Dot hacks. People keep mentioning that. Like I think Alkin mentioned that earlier.
I played a
yeah,
dot hack
apparently they
D&D
were a
yesterday.
really big series back then, and I only watched the show, and I didn't even know it
Oh,
was
it's a
based off a
show.
game.
Okay. Oh, there's a show. Okay.
Yeah, but with emulation, I don't have much of an issue with. But when it comes to piracy, that makes things a little more difficult because
Exactly.
there's a bunch of games out there that you cannot buy legally still. For
True.
example, Activision Blizzard lost the licensing to the Transformer games. So you cannot buy the Transformer games anymore that were under the Activision umbrella.
Oh, there's several dot hack anime. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what the games are though. Are they like?
they're RPGs from
Oh,
CyberConnect 2 in their early years.
from who?
CyberConnect 2, they do a lot of the Naruto games.
Okay.
This is when they were doing more than just anime adaptations. They were actually
I
making
see.
original shit.
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I think we're on the same page pretty much. I I think like we can kind of both agree like the way Nintendo is going about this is really stupid, but at the same time it kind of makes sense why they're even attempting this.
Well,
They're
there's
just
a
going
reason.
about it
Well,
in
you
the
have to
wrong
protect
way.
your IP, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, there's also Nintendo. Nintendo's a company that's been around for 100 years.
Yeah.
They are
More than
a
100.
very, yeah, they're a
Yeah.
very old company, and they are called the mafia of gaming for a reason. They are very protective of their IPs,
Yeah.
anything that they do. There's a reason why there's so many fan games that got shut down.
Mhm.
Most notably, there was a Pokemon game called Pokemon Uranium that, before they shut it down, was on its way to be making more downloads than any Pokemon game has sold.
Yeah. Well, and like and here's the thing about Nintendo is like that quirkiness has just become like it's almost become like endearing. It's been a thing for so long that it's become endearing. Like Nintendo is just known as like that quirky like that sort of like quirky strictness. It's almost like Nintendo is like the weird military dad who's like really strict but just like he's really strict to you, but every night, every like Friday night, he goes out to the Legion and gets drunk with his old war buddies and comes up with something completely batshit insane.
Yeah, there's a reason why Nintendo's been able to do what they do for so long. There's a reason why I'm still kind of a Nintendo fan after I grew up with them. One of my
Yeah,
first games was Mario Kart 64.
like that, like that weird kind of quirkiness has just become their identity, and it does translate into the products. Like, yeah, the N64, everybody's using discs. We're going to use cartridges because it's harder to pirate. Is that going to ultimately kneecap our console? Yeah, but it does give us more personality than the
Yeah,
Lost than
64
Final
like
Fantasy, by
felt
the way.
very well.
That
yeah,
lost
it
than
lost
Final
the
Fantasy.
Final Fantasy, but it did give in hindsight, the one nice thing we can say about the N64 in hindsight is it definitely gave the console a lot more personality than those boring gray Sega Saturn and PS1 boxes.
Yeah, and because it was harder to develop for a cartridge, you had a lot smaller of a library, but you still had some top quality games that a lot of people still play to this day.
Yeah,
Mario
like
Kart
the
64 is still played to this day.
yeah, Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye, like
Super
Nintendo
Super Mario
for all of
64.
their for all of the N64's shortcomings, it was the first console to have four-player multiplayer right out of the box. Or
Yeah,
not true, not true. But
it
I
was
guess it was
one
the
of the
first
first that had four-player option out of the box without any peripherals needed.
one kind of true. They were the first successful one. Like the 5200 had four-player multiplayer, but you know,
Yeah, but
it also
nobody really owned a 5200 and
yeah, they
played
were
it
the first
as much as
successful
a
ones. They were the first
64.
mainstream ones.
And because N64 brought more party play, more people started making more multiplayer games. I mean, the multitap for the PlayStation came out a couple years later.
Yeah, like and even the PS2 required a multi-tap before a player.
Yeah, and
Most games just didn't even, and most games ultimately just didn't even support it because that
not
was
many
just
people really played multiplayer or something.
or not many. Yeah, because like it was going to be cost prohibitive. Like, oh, why bother programming a four-player mode when most people don't even own the multi-tap because it's cost prohibitive.
So what we have is Nintendo is they're a great company, but they're also a bad company.
Yeah,
They're kind of two-faced
They're
like that.
good at being bad.
they are.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. That's what I'm saying. Is like they're so good at being bad that their bad qualities translate into good qualities because they've just been bad for so long.
Now, could they do better? Yeah, they could.
Could they
But
do better? Yeah, but honestly, it's Nintendo. It's kind of difficult to imagine them doing better at this point.
yeah, it
Like, like
they've been doing this for well over 50 years with game development.
Like,
at
why
least.
stop now? Like it's a like. Could you imagine Nintendo having a decent online platform? No, because they fucked up the last 3 times.
Yeah, with the Switch Online, it's actually bearable, but
It's bearable now, but even still, it's not as good as Xbox Live 20 years ago.
yeah, it's still not up to par. But I think that's because Nintendo is based more on the local console, not more on the
Yeah.
online
Like
element.
you can't even do like local voice chat in Switch Online unless you have this weird app
Yeah, you have
on
to
your
have
phone.
a Nintendo app on your phone. You have to have a specific firmware update on it. If it
Mhm.
stops updating, it'll stop working. They do all these wacky ass
It still
backdoor
requires you to
things.
have friend codes,
Yeah, it still
which is
requires friend codes, and you need to know your
it's a
friend code.
holdover from the Wii where even then nobody wanted it.
But people still put up with most of this shit from Nintendo because they make good games.
Yeah, they do. They are, I would argue they have the strongest first party lineup of any manufacturer. Like
Yeah,
what does even Sony have anymore that's truly exclusively Sony? Like
yeah.
God of War?
Sony
Like
after the PlayStation 3 launch started to become a little more conservative with their products. They stopped really experimenting with their IPs that established PS2.
and
Like,
even like a lot of those like the original like heavy hitters of the PS1, like Final Fantasy, that's not a PlayStation exclusive anymore. You can play Final Fantasy 7 on a Switch now. Crash
yeah,
Bandicoot, you can play that on everything.
yeah,
Persona, you can play that on everything. Uh, Spyro the Dragon, you can play that on everything. Wipeout, you could play Wipeout on the N64 back in the day. Like,
yeah. Sony, they used to have a very good lineup of original games. For example, PS2 had some of the best original IPs. God of War 1 and 2, Sly Cooper 1 through 3. Um,
God of War is still like an exclusive, but even from what I hear, like the new God of War just isn't very good.
I do not hate the new God of Wars,
It's
but
debatable.
when I
People like
compare
it,
them
but it's kind
to
of hard to get into for me.
I haven't played it, so I don't have my own opinion.
when I compare them to the original quintology, because there are technically 5 games in the original series, 6 if you include Ascension. Gameplay wise, it is not that great. Story
Yeah.
wise, it's definitely a bit better, but it doesn't.
I
It feels
understand like God of War is I mean, I played a little bit of God of War so far from like a gameplay point of view. It just seems like a pretty standard hack and slash.
yeah, it's pretty standard. It's not on par with Devil May
Yeah.
Cry. Devil May Cry is
Yeah.
Yeah.
always going to be a little bit better, especially
Yeah.
if they
Yeah.
do it right.
I literally tried to
Yeah.
play God of War, the new one, in like 2020, and I just after like an hour and a half, I was like, I don't feel like playing this anymore. I got bored.
Yeah, it's very easy to get bored with the 2018 version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But after PS2, a lot of these IPs disappeared. For example, Naughty Dog doesn't make Jack and Daxter anymore. They've been doing
Yeah.
Uncharted, and then they stopped doing Uncharted, and they made
Yeah.
Last of Us and remastered only those. They haven't made anything new since.
Yeah.
And they're Spider-Man from Insomniac, but I liked Ratchet and Clank more.
Yeah. Are they not making Ratchet and Clank? I guess they haven't in a little while.
The last one they did was
It was
Rift
like
Apart.
2015.
Rift Apart is their latest one. They made it about 3 years ago,
I'll be right back.
and it was originally PS5.
Really? I never got into Ratchet and Clank. Never played it actually.
I would highly suggest them because they are really fun.
Mhm.
The the first one is not as good as its later iterations because it
Mhm.
focused more on a platformer perspective. What happened starting with Ratchet & Clank 2 going commando is it became a platformer action shooter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I would say is when the series started to really get good.
Yeah, the only game I played, like not even in that series, but I remember I played the only Jack and Daxter I played, by the way, is the first one. I only played it for like a couple hours because I rented it.
Yeah, the Jak and Daxter trilogy is really good.
Yeah.
I haven't played Jakettes, and I haven't played The Last Frontier.
Hmm.
The Last Frontier was not created by Naughty Dog. It's pretty much the fifth game, but not really recognized as the fifth game
Yeah.
because it pretty much retconned all these pre-established things and
Mm-hmm.
went off in its own direction. And because it was on PSP only, it
Yeah.
didn't sell very well.
Okay, back.
So what do you? So obviously you're talking about like a lot of nostalgic games you can't play now. What is your argument on why emulation should be good or why it's bad?
Well, on one hand, emulation gives access to a lot of people to play these very old games that, because of a lack of a service, you can't play them anymore.
Mhm.
A lot of games on the PS3 you cannot play anymore. Infamous 1 and 2, Resistance 1 through 3, Killzone 2 and 3, all those are locked to the PS3. You cannot play them anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And emulation lets you play some of these on PC if you really want to. People got Demon's Souls running on it.
And again, that doesn't even take into account games that just were never released and never sold for money, betas, prototypes, things like that.
Yeah, there you can find an ISO file for the original build of Resident Evil 2 from the PS1 and
Yep.
play that.
You can
That's
find
the-
like original builds of like
Yeah.
you know, like things of like gaming history. Look, I was talking earlier, like just recently, the beta build of Hotel Mario was recently found at a thrift store of all places for like $3, just burnt onto a CDR.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it has like original, like you know, all of those like YouTube poop worthy dialogue, like opening,
Yeah.
like it's from Bowser. Like some of that is even like redone.
Huh.
It had like original voice lines and dialogue, like how like it says like check out the enclosed instruction book. That was originally supposed to be in the game. It was supposed to have in-game instructions like the Zelda game.
Huh.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a guy who just go into YouTube and type in Hotel Mario beta. He's doing like a series of videos comparing like the differences between the retail version and the beta version.
Huh.
And I believe he said he will if he hasn't already, he will like put the beta up on the internet and you can download it and you can play it in MAME because CDI emulation is to some degree playable in MAME. But that's my point is, yeah, like there's a bunch of games that, not only games that were available to purchase and no longer are, that companies just want nothing to do with, like all of the IPs that you mentioned, but
Yeah, that was
also
only a small
games that
handful.
were never released and otherwise would not be playable unless you just happen to be the one person who happened to randomly find a randomly placed CDR in the middle of a thrift store.
Yeah, and there's also games. There's many games that never got a localization in America.
And there's
And-
translation patches. There's like translation patches for, you know,
Mother 3.
Yeah, Mother
Yeah.
3 and like the original
Oh.
Shin Megami Tensei games on Famicom and
Yeah, the only
Famicom
reason,
boards, stuff like
for
that.
example, Mother 3 got such a following in America is because of fan
of the translation.
translations.
Yeah.
It has not been released in America yet, still.
Nintendo hates America. That's what I'm getting from this.
I agree. Nintendo hates America. They need to go back to, you know, communist China or wherever they came from.
Well, I think the reason
Imperial
with,
Japan.
With Mother 3 is it has communism ideologies and
Kojima wrote it? Hell yeah.
Well, it might as well have been Kojima with how it's presented well. It's a very good commentary on it.
Is Kojima a communist?
No,
I don't know.
Or does he just write a bunch of communist stories?
I
well,
don't know.
he writes some really wacky ass shit, but I still love him.
I don't know what the whole controversy is. Somebody just brought it to my attention in one of the chats.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into that argument here. Because realistically, I don't fully understand it.
Who the fuck understands what the fuck's going on in Kojima's mind to begin with?
Nobody ever did.
Even people that always gush
I don't even think Kojima understands what goes on in Kojima's mind, other than he just really likes 1980s sci-fi.
And he also likes playing with Legos.
Yes.
Did you know that Metal Gear Solid 1 was pretty much built with the premise of Legos for most of its
They need when is the Metal Gear Lego crossover going to happen? When are they going to do Lego Metal Gear?
Probably whenever they release the Halo Mega Blast compilation.
Or even better, Lego Snatcher. They need to do that.
I would love to play fucking Snatcher.
Bring back Snatcher. Bring back Snatcher.
And Police Nuts.
Snatcher. Snatcher's better.
I would take both. If
Snatcher's
I had
better. Snatcher's better.
Like I was gonna say, if I had to pick one, yeah, Snatcher, but I would love to get both.
Snatcher was the first game I ever beat on stream. Actually, it was the first game I ever played on stream, I think. But yeah, I beat it on stream, and I think the stream where I beat it was the first stream LCX actually joined, so that stream was historic in a lot of ways.
But yeah, emulation preserves a lot of these games and makes it possible to play them. Yeah, it kind of sucks that we have to resort to borderline piracy to emulate these things, but that is not because of us. That is because there is a service issue, not a pricing issue, a service issue.
It comes down to a couple of things. Like, video games are just fundamentally a different market from other medium. It's a different, like, you know, somebody, there's a guy I follow, Stop Dropping Retro. He makes a video, like, once every year, but he does, like, Kickstarter scams. And something he said in one of his videos is, video games are fundamentally different media than everything else. Like, I can listen to a song recorded on an Edison cylinder and on Spotify, and there might be a quality difference, but at the end of the day, it's still the same song. Like, I could listen to the same song on a cylinder and on Spotify, and it's the same song. Same thing with a movie. I could, you know, watch it on a 16 millimeter film, or I could watch it on my phone on Netflix, and there might be a quality difference, but it's fundamentally still the same movie. You can't do that with NES. You can't just play Call of Duty on an Atari.
There's a question from the chat, by the way.
Huh?
There's a question from the chat, by the way, for you guys. So they asked, the question was, do you believe there's going to be any consequences for Nintendo if they do win? Like, any unforeseen consequences, I guess, is what they mean.
Well,
with the way that they are arguing, I think that there could be. Because they aren't really going about the right... I don't know. I don't think Nintendo's going to be successful with their line of argument.
With their line of argument, they are doing more broad strokes and not more of a focus. And because of this, they can probably see a backfire on themselves. Because what they're arguing fits their whole Nintendo Online service. The NES and SNES and service falls under it. It can be an easy way for them to pretty much shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah. Oh, also, hello, Katsu. Yeah, we are talking about the Yuzu lawsuit with Nintendo.
Welcome to the stream, Katsu.
Yeah, I was saying, like, from their... Just, like, recap, like, what I've been saying, because Katsu, just joined. Basically, I was saying like it makes sense from Nintendo's perspective. They're just doing a really bad job at arguing their point. I think like a good argument could be like Yuzu is not actively condoning piracy, but they aren't really doing anything to actively condemn it.
Well,
If
they're not. They're
Nintendo
also
can
not
make
really
that,
promoting it, obviously either. I mean, the only
they
way
aren't
they can
really
promote
promoting it, yeah.
yeah.
But I'm saying if Nintendo can make that point and say like, in order for something to be legal and not condone piracy, it should actively condemn it. That would not only kill Yuzu, that would kill the entire emulation market, except for emulators that can be controlled by the IP, by the IP holder, i.e., Nintendo Switch Online. That would be a good end-all, be-all solution to this whole debate. And it would be a major win for corporations, and it would be a massive loss for just about everyone else.
But there's also a lot of companies that own IPs and stuff.
They just aren't doing it. Like, I don't understand. From a corporation's point of view, that would be a huge win and a huge loss to everyone else. It would make you out to be the villain, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Like, if you want to play Mario, you kind of have no other choice at this point now than to buy a Nintendo copy.
I almost wish that a website will come up that has every freaking, ROM or ISO that is not owned by Nintendo. So that Nintendo has like no legal case. Like they don't have the IP at all.
Yeah.
I just have Nintendo try to take it down. It's like, you don't have the right to these games. What gives you the right to have me take down this website? That'd be interesting.
That's true. There are also like EverDrives and stuff like that. Well, it's not like official emulator hardware. Yeah, good point. Like even yeah, true. Like that. I guess that would be like. That would still be piracy, I guess, but like not. That would be kind of That would be an interesting argument, because like, yeah, the EverDrive, it's not emulation, because it's just a cartridge that you plug into the Mega Drive or the Nintendo or the N64 or the Game Boy, whatever, and it's just a flash card. Or not a flash card. It's just a cartridge where you can plug in like a micro SD card and download a bunch of ROMs or a full set online, and you can play like Super Mario Brothers on an official NES. It's just a flash card.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like that could be an interesting argument too. You mean Evercade?
I think Evercade is. I think Evercade's licensed, I believe.
Oh yeah, true. The Evercade is licensed. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I guess that would also kind of fall under can be controlled by the IP makers. So it's like Evercade. Well, like Evercade really isn't much different than like, if they have like the Data East collection. Data East had a say in that cartridge. It's no different than if you bought a Data East collection that was on the Switch eShop or the PlayStation Store or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Evercade is just which honestly I don't understand what the point of the Evercade really is, because like most of why like create a whole other console to play these games when you could just have a much bigger market appeal, save the middleman, and just release these collections on the eShop where people are actually going to buy them.
Well, because at the point when it comes to Evercade, they're taking the risk of actually producing the thing. You're just giving them permission to use your games. They have to actually manufacture it and put it out there.
Okay, then release it on a physical cartridge.
That's basically what Evercade is. They're putting out in the physical way to do things. I get what you're saying, but
like Switch has physical cartridges. Like put it out on there, and you could buy it at a GameStop where people actually are paying attention. Then not just some like. Not like the Evercade is just some weird niche hobbyist project. Like,
so the thing about the Evercade is like
nobody buys it.
I haven't heard about that name in a while, but I think the thing with the Evercade is like, I can buy a physical thing that I can play these games on. But the thing that I'm asking is like, why don't you
already? Okay.
Oh, they hate my stream. Anyways, like when it comes down to it, it's like also like, why don't they just release the game obviously there might be like maybe they have to pay licensing issues with like Nintendo or Sony or Xbox to put it on like digitally, and maybe Evercade is like, hey, we'll put it on our console and we'll take all the costs,
That's
you know,
true.
and we'll give
That's
you
the
some money
point.
as well, you know.
Evercade, it being smaller, might be a little bit more open source.
Yeah, even then, it's just like Evercade. You're putting on this console, and they're having to pay you, the company, for the rights. So it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna take all. You're gonna pay me to do this. You're gonna take all the costs of like producing it.
That,
You know?
that could make sense from like a back end standpoint, I guess. I don't know how licensing works with the Evercade, but that could be a possibility.
Yeah. Oh, you're cracking me up.
And I guess it's sort of niche appeal, sort of like prevents like more, you know, dubious software from coming out on the Evercade, because like at the end of the day, nobody's buying your software anyway, apart from well, specifically the Comic Man.
Well, I think also part of what Evercade is trying to tap into is like there's like a lot of people like the they like the little like ROM devices that you can like play ROMs on, or you can play like, your PlayStation games on, like the little handhelds. I think Evercade is literally trying to do that in a legal way.
Yeah,
and I think that's the appeal of it.
I guess it has like some little hobbyist niche appeal. I'm never gonna buy one.
I mean, I'll accept it as a gift. Evercade, if you want to give me a free one, I'll take it.
Yeah, if you want to give me a free one, I know I just talked about how you're insignificant and you have no real like marketing plan or strategy, but if you want to give me a free one,
he's doing the negging method. He's trying to make you feel bad, so you give him what he wants. That's all he's doing.
No, like I just have to like, and then I'll like release like a video with like, you know, Mr. Krabs playing the world's smallest violin, being like, guys,
all right,
I was wrong about Evercade.
Right, so we have
as
a couple.
As soon as I got a free one and $10 million in advertising from Evercade, RRC LLC.
Yeah.
As soon as that happened, I started to change my tune, and now I realize the Evercade is actually the second coming of Jesus.
So Cerulean said Evercade is usually a collection of various games from different companies officially. So you're basically supporting these niche releases for the sake of having a physical release that wouldn't otherwise happen.
Okay, but then just release it on the Switch where you can make more money is like more what I'm saying.
Yeah, they definitely should, because a lot of these games they're gonna make money. Like they're gonna make money, but I think when it comes to Evercade, like I said, literally Evercade's taken all the risk in that situation.
I don't know. Maybe I need to look more into the Evercade. It just looks like a pretty like off the shelf OEM handheld.
It looks, to be honest, I haven't seen the Evercade in like probably like 3-4 years. It looks like it's pretty well made, and like they get some pretty decent games on there, but you know.
Again, like they should just release them on a system that people are actually going to buy.
God damn, they should just re-release an NES so I could buy one of those and play my NES games.
Or screw it, like they should just like the Evercade should release like at very least like release like original IPs, not just collections of old games. That seems like a weird like decision, like not to release anything. I don't know, like release. You could at least release like some small like indie titles or something. Like release Celeste on the Evercade. I don't know. Like that would make sense.
So Elle said that the Evercade does look nice and cute, which I will agree. When I saw the Evercade, I was like, that actually looks like a nice little console. It looks sturdy. Even people were saying like it has like good weight in your hands and stuff like that. So
I guess.
Which is a big thing. Like if I pick up a handheld console and it feels like super light, and like there's nothing in there, I don't like that. If I pick up one and it feels sturdy, a little bit heavy, a little heft to it, you know, feels like there's like it's full. Like I like that more.
Oh, they do have indie releases on it? Okay.
Yeah, they have their own games, by the way, but they also license out games if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing pretty good tonight. We got 8 people in the chat, so
8?
That's pretty cool. Dude, we got up to like 12 or 13 earlier.
Yeah, to all of the new people, hi, I'm LDP, and sorry about that.
Hey, you can link put your link in the chat if you want to.
And this is the Muppet Man, whatever his name is.
This is Battle Muppet.
Yeah, whatever.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muppet Man?
The Muppet Man.
He lives on Sesame Street
I know
Lane.
The Muppet Man. Yeah, who lives on Sesame Street Lane.
since we're on the whole puppet thing. Oh man.
Pastor of Muppets.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
I
lie.
need to make a Metallica like parody album where it's all just like Muppet themed, like parodies of songs from Master of Puppets.
So L said you guys need to make this a regular thing. I've been trying to make this a regular thing with Battle Puppet or Battle Muppet as LDP calls them for a long time, and it's just
just so many IRL things just having going on.
Yeah, no, he has to do like various like Swedish Chef things. You know, it's a thing.
Heard the third.
More.
Well, apparently, I think what also L is saying is like all three of us in this chat is very interesting because y'all are definitely. I feel like I'm like being a ref right now, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of went quiet for a while with the Ever Arcade because I had never heard of it.
Oh, it's actually kind of a
well,
cool looking device.
I mean, we've been trying to get L and Alkin to do a stream together, but then Alkin always just has to like, you know, be extra in Hollywood and be like, "Oh, I'm actually too big for you guys."
No, I'm not,
No,
dude.
no,
Y'all are
no,
both
no.
bigger than me. What the hell?
I am tiny.
No,
Oh.
obviously you're growing. By the way, Growing boy.
I'm not gonna play Shredder's Revenge with you peasants. Oh.
Do you want to know the honest reason why that's happening? I'll tell you the honest reason. The honest reason is that like my internal clock or my circadian rhythm, like I find it hard to wake up kind of like early if I don't need to.
Fucking
So that-
Circadian. I would have just preferred you just said I'm right than make this bullshit excuse.
No, that's literally what it is. Like I'll literally wake up like 8 and be like, all right, go back to sleep. I'll wake up 9. I'm like, another hour. Wake up at 10,
Okay,
another hour.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Like especially on the weekends, I'm just like I
Yeah.
work really hard. I just want to sleep. You know.
See, when you'll ask me, I'm like, I'm definitely gonna do that tomorrow, and I'll wake up the next day and be like, oh, but sleep feels so good.
Yeah. If you
That's why I
If
told you
you-
noon would be the best time. Like noon my time would be the best time for me because by that point I've been up for like 2 hours.
Well, like L is L will be L Ketsu and I will be live on L's channel tomorrow at like 11 o'clock. So if you wanted to come a little bit later, I mean, we'd always be welcome to have you. The more the merrier.
Yeah, usually whenever L streams, I usually like open it. I try to like chat a little bit and just kind of like leave it open in the background while I go do things because I like to boil eggs and take my dog on a walk.
Yeah.
So I try to support you as much as I can.
Yeah, exactly. Walk your egg and boil your dog. It's like that.
In that order, yes, correct.
In that order, exactly.
Yeah, because like even when it comes down to it,
yeah,
like
11 EST. So I guess that's like 10 Central to you.
yeah. So that's
so I
typically
guess
I'm
it would
still
be like
sleeping at that point.
Yeah, you'd still be sleeping, but you can join late if you want. You're Alkin. You got to be fashionably late. It's cool.
Hey man, hey. I'm actually surprised. I've been trying to hit 500 subs for like a while because apparently I hit every criteria to actually like get memberships on my channel, and the only thing I'm missing is 500 subs.
Yeah, there you go. You're what? 44 subs away. Everybody who's watching and not subscribed, what the hell are you doing? You're damn freeloaders. You can't even afford a free subscription. A free subscription.
I know, right? What I need to do,
subscription to Alkin Slice.
I need to get my friend to start making me thumbnails again. Because like, dude, when he made me thumbnails, man, I was getting hella freaking subs.
Yeah.
He made some really good thumbnails. Like Tifa
Quite
from
frankly, it's embarrassing.
Tifa from Final Fantasy. He made me one, and her boobas
Nice.
were chef's kiss.
Oh my. Well, you know what? We were talking like off. We were talking like off air. Alkin has been like trying to get like people trying to commission people to make VTubers for him, and I'm just saying like LCX will do it for free. L, you are in chat right now. Will you make Alkin Slice a VTuber model?
Oh my God, Cerulean just brought up a good point. Not many leave a like for that matter on Alkin streams. You know what's funny is like the streams where I have like the least viewers, I get like the most likes, and the ones where I have the most viewers, I get the least likes.
Yeah, leave a like. It is free.
I have
Everybody.
I have one like at the moment, and I'm like, damn, we got like 13 viewers.
If you do not, hang on.
That's crazy.
I have 8. I see 8 likes.
Oh, okay. Maybe
Now
I need
9.
maybe I need to refresh
Now
my
9.
thing.
Now 9. Now 9 likes.
Well, it's about to become 10, so I'm gonna like my own goddamn video.
Hell yeah.
That's weird. It didn't update for me. Now it says okay. Now it says 9. Okay. But yeah, it's kind of weird because like I'll have like
10.
yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I said 10 lights. That's what
Yeah.
I got.
Yeah.
So Battle Puppet, talk more about why you're Lord and Savior. Talk about the Lord and Savior, the Himbo God.
Well, in what
Christ.
regard to the himbo?
Just, dude, he's like a Grecian god, man.
Well, yeah, I have over 100 pictures of him.
Do me a favor. I want you to just do this. Okay. Hey, so LDP, I want you to look at the chat that we're all in right now, and Battle Puppet, go ahead and just put some pictures in there for him.
Oh my god.
I don't have my phone at the moment.
Even when
I
I
mean,
can't show up to stream, I always leave a like. and support you.
Nintendo
Thank
is
you.
doing a troll ask about Godzilla 98 review.
I haven't really watched that. That's the one with Steven Broderick, right?
Yeah, it's the one with Matthew Broderick.
Matthew
and-
Broderick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen it. I mean, I've seen the Nostalgia Critic review. That's about it.
It is not a Godzilla film.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
it's
not.
I
grew up with it, and I grew up with the cartoon. The cartoon's a lot better, and I do kind of
Yeah.
have a soft spot for the 98 film, but it's not a Godzilla film.
So
Hell,
the
have
best
you
way to
seen
explain it
you
is
seen
Godzilla
Godzilla?
1998 is literally like when you go to the mall and you buy that fucking like 1,000 games in one cartridge.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Godzilla 1998.
We have Godzilla at home.
Yeah. It's like from the people who saw Shrek.
For the people who watched Shrek.
No,
From
no,
the
you know
people
what
that
Godzilla 98 is? It's
Casually
Dingo-
watch Shrek.
Now, you know what Godzilla 98 is? It's Dingo Pictures Godzilla.
Well, Nintendo, they not only renamed that Godzilla Zilla, they bought the rights. They own it.
Captain Rum
Zilla.
Panda, I did read your message. I said thank you for leaving a like. You had just 2 people were talking, so maybe you didn't hear it.
Sorry. No, but like, do you know about Dingo Pictures? Have you seen like Mouse Police or Snow White and the 7 Clever Boys? Actually, that's not Dingo.
Oh
Pictures.
yeah, Dingo Pictures. They did those Phoenix games.
Yes. Have
Yeah,
you seen,
I know what you're talking about. Oh my god, those are awful.
Animal Soccer World. Look that up on YouTube. It is
No,
amazing.
don't look it up. That is
No,
what.
no.
I've
no,
seen
look
it.
up.
I've seen it. I've seen it. The game Grumps did it.
A lot of people have. Vine Sauce recently did it. Even.
It's like literally like isn't it like a really short game, and it's like a 30-minute fucking like FMV.
It's like a 30-minute video, and there's like a sliding puzzle that they tacked on.
Yeah.
It's just these generic mini games.
Like the main star attraction is the short, which is all just like Animal Fortune Teller. Oh no, is that like on the same level of bad? So like what
don't
these
know.
were, for those who don't know, is they were like these Dutch. I think they were Dutch or German cartoons that were really cheaply and poorly dubbed into English, all by like one guy who was just the developer, I guess.
Yeah, and couldn't really voice at all.
Yeah, he doesn't like even put any. You know what? Okay, they did like there was one that was called Mighty Mulan. I wonder what that was ripping off of. And you almost kind of have to applaud it because at least they didn't even give enough of a shit to make like a racist accent for all of the characters.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
was just
unintentionally not racist.
generic talking like I'm doing now. It's
Like,
not like doing different voices so that
Hello,
you can
people.
differentiate.
What is Nintendo talking about? I know this is a very off-topic question, but I just want to see what y'all think PlayStation phonies are supporting the idea of $100 to $150 games. What do y'all think of this? What is that?
Oh, fuck off with $100
That's not
games.
That's not happening. Unless it's like that's not happening right now. Like
We got $70 games because these PlayStation fanboys, or fanboys in general, think if you pay more for something, it's a quality product.
I mean, I understand that like game prices are getting expensive. Like inflation is a real thing. Like
Yeah, inflation's a real thing, but games are now more digital than they have ever been, and they're still charging them $70 for a good portion of them.
well, like the distribution cost isn't like the major factor. It's ultimately development costs. Like games take years to be in development. They have to be like on a much larger scale, much bigger graphic. I'm not saying I defend it. I'm saying like I don't think it's necessarily malice.
Well, there's also these budgets. For example, most recent budget I know of off the top of my head is Spider-Man 2. It had a budget of about $400 million.
Mm-hmm.
Good budget.
Yeah, and I have played Spider-Man 2. I didn't pay $70 for it. I got it for dirt cheap because of gift cards and all that. I am not paying $70. It is not up to a level that I would expect from that kind of a product. It is definitely not up to the par I expect for games, especially after Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, like I would say like, don't buy a game at full price anyway. You wait for it to go on sale for like 50 or 40.
Unless you have to play like right now.
Is a bunch of people that just think, oh, it costs more, therefore it is better product.
Because, don't buy a game at full retail price. Wait for it to go on sale.
Well, I try to wait for a sale too, but sometimes I'm not the layman. I am very in the know because I've been in this space for a good 20 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I have been playing games since I was pretty much a toddler, so I kind of know what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, like don't buy a game at full retail price is sort of the moral of the story.
Yeah, if you can, don't buy them at full price.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of games I bought at full price, I don't play for like a month, and it's like, oh, I could have saved like $20.
Yeah.
Rum Panda brought up Helldivers. Now, Helldivers 2 is a case of a live service game that isn't being sold at $70. It's being sold at $40.
Yes, all built shit Helldiver 2. Every has one dev, and Helldiver outsold Suicide. What the fuck is Helldiver?
Okay, Helldivers 2 is a game that recently came out for Steam and PlayStation. It's a PlayStation Studio first party that did a day and date on PC as well. It is currently sitting at about 400,000 concurrent players at a maximum peak at last I checked, and it sits at about 100K at last I checked earlier today. It is a game that is not being sold at $70. It's being sold at $40. It is technically an indie title.
Okay.
Yeah, so like, well, yeah, if it's like one developer, like, what are the graphics like? Are they shit?
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Very good looking. It looks good.
Like, does it look good, like, from an artistic point of view, or does it, like, actually push the system hardware? I don't know. Like, I've never heard of this.
Okay, I wouldn't say it pushes the system hardware because it just looks like a really solid game, and it has a very good style to it. It's pretty much if Starship Troopers and Halo ODST had a baby.
I see. Well, you're also saying it's like an online multiplayer focused game. Like, I imagine that $40 is just the base price, and they also expect you to like buy like skins and shit.
Yeah, it does have microtransactions, but they're not
Yeah,
very intrusive. They're not
yeah,
like pay to win.
yeah. But like if you do like pay for those, it's ultimately gonna like reach to like $60-$70 anyway. I uh, I would say like like there's different ways that you can make money in the gaming industry now, and there's ways that are more nefarious than others. Obviously, the most infamous example is, of course, is like EA and their loot boxes.
Well,
We all know about that.
not just EA and the loot box fiasco or their surprise mechanics,
Yeah.
but there was also Diablo Immortal has some pretty nefarious tactics
Diablo's
implemented
been
into
doing
it.
microtransactions since like Diablo 3, haven't they?
Yeah, with Diablo 3, that's when it started to bloom. And then Diablo
Yeah.
Immortal got really bad. And then they took that into Diablo 4.
Yeah. Like Diablo's always been pretty infamous for that, but like yeah. I've never played Helldiver, obviously, but like it seems like they're making the same kind of money just in a different way, which I'm not gonna fault them for that. Like, if you pay $40 and you want like some custom skins or anything, that's fine. If you don't, then it doesn't seem like it's that intrusive. It's sort of like Fortnite, where it's like yeah, the bait. Well, look, Fortnite is even the game is free, but you don't need to pay for the microtransactions or get V-Bucks. You can,
Yeah.
but and it definitely you can get like better guns and stuff. I think I haven't played a whole lot of Fortnite, and I haven't bought any of the microtransactions or whatever. But like that seems to be. I'd say like microtransactions are fine if it's like just like buying an extra skin or a gun or something like that. Like could they have just like included that into the base price? Yeah, but in the case of something like Fortnite, the game's fucking free, so
Yeah, I do not see an
it's
inherent
free. It's
problem.
free if you don't. It's free to play, and if you want to pay for some extra stuff, fine. The game is still free, and if you don't want to do that, it's free. Like
Yeah, I don't see
I
an
think that's a
inherent
fair
problem with
trade-off.
microtransactions unless they're very
Obtrusive.
predatory.
Yeah, very predatory. Well, I mean, like, and predatory. That's always going to be like debatable. Like all microtransactions can be predatory, but some are more predatory than others. Like obviously, like I said,
Yeah.
EA is like the king prime
Yeah,
example. It's the one that all of the media.
it's the one that
Uh,
really brought a bunch of attention onto loot boxes and pretty much establishing that they are gambling.
exactly. And Diablo Immortal. I don't know a whole lot about that fiasco, but it sounds pretty bad as well. There's ways that you can do microtransactions to where I think it justifies. Like the upside of the microtransaction is it allows games like Fortnite to be free. Otherwise, you'd have to just pay like $60 for this online game.
Well, Fortnite's an example of how it can be done well. Genshin Impact's another example.
Yeah,
Honkai Star Rail's another example. But then there are paid games, such as most recently is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. You pay $70 for it, and you can get skins by buying them, but you have to buy them per piece, not all at
yeah.
once.
Well, like Persona 3 Reload was like $70
Yeah,
if I had bought it on Steam.
yeah. Persona
Ultimately,
3 Reload is a $70 game, but it's also a remake. It doesn't
yeah,
like I can't.
that was kind of like the point where it's like I don't want to pay $70 for essentially a remake of a 20-year-old game.
Yeah, I still don't want to pay $70 for it. I definitely want to get it at some point because I played the original Persona 3 Fez on PS3 through their PS2 emulation, and I absolutely hated it because the AI partners you can't control.
There's a lot of if you go on my channel, I'm actively playing Persona 3 Reload. I bought the PS4 version for two reasons. One, it was actually slightly cheaper. I got it at a game store. I got the physical disc. I think it was like
Oh, yeah,
$64.
yeah, you can get the physical copy a little bit cheaper than
It,
digital, a little
it's
easier.
it's still not $60, but it is like 64.9. I think it was like 64.99. It
Yeah, I
was
seen it go on
cheaper than
sale for
70, whatever.
yeah.
But and the other thing is like Steam Deck, it didn't specifically say that it worked on Steam Deck, and it definitely was not going to run on my PC. So uh
You can only do what you can do.
yeah, I can only do what I can do. I don't have a PS5, I don't have a decent PC, I don't have an Xbox. Um I bought the PS4 and for what it works, the PS4 version, I don't feel like it's that much of a downgrade. It seems like it played perfectly fine.
Well, the thing with the Persona games is they are very well optimized.
Yeah,
They
I mean, like
run very well.
Persona 5 was on the PS3 and that ran fine. I mean, like
Yeah,
there was a lot of lag, especially there was a lot of like frame rate issues, especially during like the anime cutscenes.
but other
Um,
than that, there wasn't
Other
too
than
many
that, like the
issues.
actual gameplay, yeah, the actual gameplay was pretty fine.
But
Um,
it's still $70 for a remake. That's still asking a bit much.
yeah, that's asking a bit much. Also, $60 for Super Mario RPG. I got that for a gift, and it's like it's not even that much of an upgrade.
Yeah, I never played the original Mario RPG, but it's not worth $60. I
It's
was able
not.
to get it discounted, but it's
It might
not
have.
worth 60.
Yeah, it might have been in like 1996 or whatever, but you know, basically releasing the same game, adding, a admittedly pretty good remade soundtrack if you want that, and just
And
like, doing like some 3D models,
and an updated combat system, but
like
not
the
very
combat
much
system
else.
isn't even that updated. It just
Yeah, it's
adds
not too
like a
updated. They added like I think they added the supers into the latest iteration. I don't think supers
yeah,
were in
like
the
you
original.
can there's like a basically like a rage meter kind of sort of.
Yeah, yeah, that the star gauge. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, something like that. I don't think that was in the original. Not that I remember.
I don't think it was. It's also been a while since I sat down and played the original too.
Yeah. I was what was I gonna say? I was playing Mario RPG for a little while. Ultimately, I kind of dropped it because one Persona 3 came out and I'm a massive Persona fan, so that takes priority.
Right.
Uh and two, I Mario RPG is a very grindy game, and I did not remember it being that grindy.
I didn't have too much of a problem with grinding, but it's very button input intensive. It is very
Yeah,
you need to be very good at the timing.
especially if you do like the time attacks, which you kind of need to do later on in order to like
Yes.
actually stand any sort of reasonable chance.
Did I enjoy Mario RPG? Yeah, I did. But I still wouldn't pay $60 for it.
Yeah, I would not. I got it as a gift. Because
Yeah.
I asked for it. I asked for it for Christmas. I got it, and I'm like, and then as soon as I played it, I was like, yeah, I would not have. I'm glad I didn't pay $60 for this. It's fine for what it is. If they had released it for like 40, I think that would have been more acceptable.
Well, Nintendo also tested the waters with $70 game with Tears of the Kingdom. That game's $70 and it runs like shit on the Switch.
What was it?
Tears of the Kingdom.
It runs like shit. I don't. Did it?
Well, okay, I'm kind of over exaggerating. It runs okay between 20 to 30 frames.
So it's
It
not even like a stable 30 frames per sec.
it,
Well,
it can be very unstable.
well, is that in portable mode though? Because like
That's
the
on uh
that's in
TV
dock
mode.
mode.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's on
okay.
dock.
I was gonna say because like the TV mode, I think actually has like some extra tech, which usually will like upscale games a little bit.
Yeah, what I did to help mitigate it is I lowered the resolution on the TV mode, but I still ran into issues with the frame times.
Yeah. Speaking of input heavy, Legend of Dragoon. I'm not
Yes,
super familiar with
Legend
that.
of
Fucking love that
Dragoon
game.
has a lot
Love
Is
of
it.
that
input times.
that's on PS1, isn't it? It's like an RPG.
It got ported over to PS5.
Oh, it
Yeah.
did. Okay.
PS5 and
Is it
PS4.
just a remaster?
Both of them.
Is it just a remaster or is it like a remake? What is
It's
it?
like
It
the
is
port. They just ported it over.
Oh, they just ported it up.
They upscaled some of the graphics and added save states and accelerations. Other than that, it is practically the same game.
You know, a good kind of remaster is Legend of Mana, because like they didn't change a whole lot, but they did like. Well, Legend of Mana, I think, is a little bit better. It's sort of like what Mario RPG should have been. Because
Yes.
really, like, they kind of updated the vectors a bit. They added a, honestly, in my opinion, far better soundtrack, far better version of the soundtrack. And they only charged, I think, $40 for it. And I got it on sale for less. So I think I ended up paying like 20 for it.
The thing with Legend
I
of
think that
Mana,
makes
though, is I heard more contentious thoughts about it because a lot of people didn't really like it, at least when it initially came out. I'm not sure about it now.
I mean, it's definitely different than like Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, things like that. I would say, like, I played it, and honestly, a lot of the quests just felt very obtuse in how, like, a lot of them, I just felt like I was just like reading a walkthrough or a guide, and at that point, like, if I have to read a walkthrough or a guide for like most of your game, at that point it kind of just becomes like, you know, like that's not a me problem, that's not a skill issue, you just programmed the game to be confusing and batshit.
Yeah, there are some games where that's actually kind of encouraged. For example, Legend of Zelda, the original one.
And that's
nearly
why
died for.
honestly, that's why I'm just not a fan at all of the Zelda games.
The latest Zelda games are a bit better because you don't really need to follow anything. You can just go wherever you want.
I played Breath of the Wild on Wii U, and that was just like the epitome. Like, it just dumps you in the middle of nowhere, and it's just like, okay, now what do I do? There's just like a big field of nothing. I don't even know where to go.
If it doesn't click with you, it's not that great for you. It's one of those types of games where if you don't like how it presents itself in the first few hours, you're not going to enjoy the rest of it.
I don't know. Maybe I need to try Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe
Tears of the Kingdom is more the same as Breath of the Wild, just with different mechanics added into it.
Does it still have like that mechanic of like you can only use a weapon a certain amount of times before it degrades? That sounded really stupid when people
It still
described
has the
it.
weapon durability, and it can actually be a little bit worse. But what they did to mitigate that weapon durability is this fuse mechanic, where you can fuse items together to increase their durability.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe if nothing else, I guess I've just we've been talking about this for so long. Maybe I should download Tears of the Kingdom and play it on Yuzu, because I don't intend on actually buying the game. Because I would not spend $60 on a Zelda game anymore. I've just had it. I've had it with trying to get into Zelda. Even the really good games, Ocarina of Time, I don't like because the graphics are just really disorienting for me. For the same reason a lot of N64 games have really disorienting graphics.
I liked Ocarina of Time, but it's remaster on the 3DS, where it has a more stable and fluid 30 FPS compared to
Even that, like the controls feel very off.
archaic.
I don't know how to really describe it. Like,
they're they're dated and archaic and reflect a time that had more
Yeah.
experimentation.
Yeah. And Majora's Mask just sounds like an absolute nightmare with that whole time travel
Majora's Mask
mechanic.
time mechanic is actually not that bad once you understand it. Because
Maybe.
there is, when you get the ocarina in the game, you can increase your time. It's just you have to have better time management, just like Persona game. You need to manage your time.
True that.
Yeah, I would say yeah, I would say like even the honestly, this is going to be like the most controversial thing I say all day. The Zelda game I've enjoyed the most is Zelda 2, and the reason is because it's kind of the most linear.
That's
Like okay,
fair. A lot of people actually say that because of its linearity, they enjoyed it a little bit more.
yeah, and like yeah, it's hard, but that's just because it's grindy. Like if you grind and you level up, it becomes less hard.
Oh, and Elle brought up one of my favorite game series of all time, Armored Core.
I L's a huge fan of Armored Core. I didn't really I admittedly didn't really know how to play it when I first tried it on like one of my streams. Honestly though, like even if I learned how to play it, it didn't seem like something that would really be like my thing.
Yeah, the Armored Core, I had a hard time getting into the series since its PS2 days because its controls felt, albeit for a better word, clunky. But with the
Yeah.
latest game, Armored Core 6, I am now fully invested in the game series because they
Maybe
really reworked a lot of their stuff I had issues with.
is that PlayStation exclusive or can I download it on
You
Steam?
can get it on Steam, Xbox, or PlayStation.
Okay, maybe I need to add it to my Steam library, see if it goes on sale.
Yeah, I'd highly recommend checking it out, at least
I'll add it to my
looking
wish
into
list,
it.
I mean. When you get used to it, it's like,
Piloting an
uh,
actual mech.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's. I mean, we all know, like, L has piloted several mechs, I'm sure.
Armored Core 6, I did really like, but it's still not my favorite mecha game. I have another one that I like much more.
Keep saying, like, I, I, I say this all the time. My biggest issue with VR is they need to bring Steel Battalion to VR. That would be the killer app immediately. Put Steel Battalion on like the Oculus Rift or whatever, or the Meta Quest or whatever the fuck they're calling it.
I think it's called MetaQuest now.
Yeah, put Steel Battalion on that and bring back that absurdly large and overly complicated controller.
I've seen that in videos before. That looked really freaking cool.
Yeah, like do that in VR. Imagine how unbelievably cool that would be. Like that's what VR needs to be more of. It needs to be more like mech games and simulation games. Then VR might actually have a chance of being a viable market.
Well, it's still niche because a lot of the games are not that great,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
the technology is just too expensive.
yeah. It both of those things.
I mean, the only VR headset I've been considering getting is the Steam Index, and that's because I like a lot of the games on Steam.
Sorry.
Valve Index is what I was meaning. I called it the Steam Index. I don't know why.
Valve. I don't know what that is.
It's Valve's variation of a VR headset.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, it's a very advanced headset when you compare it to other ones, but because
Mm,
of its being more advanced, it's
it's gonna
more of a
require.
boutique.
Yeah, it's gonna require like really powerful system hardware, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it's still a really good VR set, but it's still expensive.
I've
VR is expensive.
Yeah, I've thought of getting like the Meta Quest 2, because like that's not super expensive. It's not like thousands of dollars. It's like $500, which is like the price of a new console. So
Yeah, and it got a price reduction when the 3 came out. So
oh, is the 3 out now?
yeah, I think it came out last year.
Okay, well I don't know. Like I've seen I don't know. Maybe I might get a MetaQuest, but like I don't know. VR seems like a really cool thing until I like actually think of the practical mind of like, okay, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah.
It's
I
actually
don't
pretty fun.
know. Like maybe I will get a lot of use out of it. I just don't know.
I got a shit ton of use when I played Fallout 4 VR.
Well, there you go.
So
I
much
have a
fun.
PlayStation VR, and it's cool, but it also just seems extremely slapped together. The PS5 one seems a little bit better, mainly because like they've reduced all that spaghetti mess down to one cable. So
Only problem with the VR2 is that it's not backwards compatible.
I mean that's not really a problem because all the games on the VR1 kind of sucked ass.
Well, there were some handful that a lot of people did like. For example, Resident Evil 7.
I
That's
love that.
true.
I love that.
That's true, but like I imagine they're probably gonna remake. They're probably gonna make a PS5 version of Resident Evil 7.
I liked Arizona
Yeah,
Sunshine.
Too hard.
That was a fun game. It's a zombie game as well.
Yeah.
Like yeah, there's Skyrim VR and stuff like that. Like that doesn't. I don't know.
I had
I
fun
was
with Skyrim VR
Not
as well.
into VR very much. I get the appeal to some people. It's just
It appeals to me from just like a really cool like the Apple Vision Pro. I want to see how I that is something I want to be invested in. I want to see what developers do with that, and I want to see like what Apple does with future hardware iterations, because that has the I've always said like VR, if anybody can save VR, it's a company with the marketing R&D and just like the testicular fortitude of Apple. Somebody who is like Facebook is, Facebook, and they're big for like an internet tech startup company. Apple is big for Apple. They are just big. They have the money to invest in actually, putting it well, and more so they're just like they're focused on software first, which is, the thing that makes Apple uniquely Apple. The Apple Vision Pro, it's obviously very early in development and its price reflects that. But I want to see where it goes. I want to see what developers end up doing with it, and I want to see what Apple ends up doing with it down the road. Because I think that $3,500 price is just going to be an early adopter fee. Yeah, Apple is always going to be the most expensive option. You're just paying the Apple tax. That we get that. $3,500 though screams early adopter fee though.
How about dim apples?
Yes.
Yeah, that price tag is just a little bit too excessive for me. So
it's a little bit too excessive for most people, and I think it's going to go down. I think they're going to make an Apple Vision SE or something like that, and you'll probably end up going down to like $1,500.
I mean, dude, for like a third of that price, I could buy like a badass PC, and then buy another headset that gives me VR for like a fraction of that price, and come out like with like $2,000. $2,000 to get a headset and a fucking badass PC that plays badass VR games.
Here's the thing: is like everybody said that about like, oh, well, for the price of the iPhone, whatever $600 they were charging initially. For the price of the iPhone, I could get a BlackBerry, and it has a better camera and it has MMS support, and yeah, but you're paying the Apple tax for the it just works appeal, and you're also paying the Apple tax for the software. The software is why you pay the Apple tax. That's why the iPad trounced all competition, is because you paid for software that kind of just worked more fluidly than most Android tablets at the time, and most Android tablets now. Like Android to this day, because it runs on 40 million handsets, the apps don't look as good and they don't usually run as well.
To be honest, one of the biggest things I hate about Android is the keyboard.
Yeah, I never understood that weird keyboard lag that Android phones have.
Well, even then, it's like you try to type something and like it just first of all, you try to hit like A and it hits S or hits something else. And then even then,
Yeah.
you'll type in the same word like 4 times and autocorrects. It's like, obviously, if I keep typing in the same shit, I'm trying to type in when I'm typing. Stop fucking autocorrecting me, you dumb shit.
I mean,
I had
Apple
issues
does that
with
too
that.
sometimes, but I mean, you can switch out the keyboard, but even then, it doesn't seem to really fix like the weird keyboard lag.
Well,
that
with Androids, they're more open source, so you can actually change the keyboard. You can change your
Yeah.
operating system.
And you can do that
I
with
did
Apple.
that, and I haven't had issues with my Android since.
I don't know. Like yeah, you can change the keyboard. I switched to like Gboard. I tried like Gboard. I tried SwiftKey, and they all seem to sort of have like a weird keyboard. Like, granted, I have not used an Android device since like the Galaxy S6. So
Yeah.
I mean, besides like something like the Switch, which technically runs Android, but
Yeah.
not really.
Yeah, one of the big things I really need to kind of fix is like get a different keyboard for it, obviously. But the thing that pisses me off the most is I will literally type perfectly what I want to say multiple times, and it keeps autocorrecting the word. No matter how many times I type it in, it just will not be like, okay, this is obviously what he wants to type. And it's so annoying because iOS, like 2-3 times when you type it in, they'll be like, okay, this is what he wants to say. So therefore we will stop autocorrecting because it's the exact same thing.
I've actually been able to turn off my autocorrect or make it save that myself. That I just had to turn off on my dev tools.
Yeah, I want the autocorrect. It's just I hate the fact that it autocorrects me indefinitely.
Yeah, if you turn off the autocorrect, you realize how much you actually relied on it.
I've never relied on autocorrect though.
Well, you're
you're
more special than me.
You're a greater man than I.
Yeah.
You're a greater Muppet than I.
I got big thumbs.
Same.
Muppet season.
Duck season.
Bat season.
Rat season. Calvin Klein. Anyway. Yeah, so I mean, like, I have issues with Android, but admittedly, a lot of those issues come from me trying it for like a few days many years ago, back when the S6 came out, which was like 2016, 2015, whenever. It might be... I've seen your hand on stream. Yeah, that's true. You have tiny little lowly hands.
I think I've seen Elle's hands in a short they put on YouTube once.
Yeah.
They were like petting their cat.
Yeah.
I was like,
Kitty.
there's some tiny hands.
Aw, kitty. Yep, Elle's tiny hands playing with her pussy. Anyway.
That's the best way to put it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, yeah, exactly. The best way possible to put that. Your hand is probably my palm, yes. Oh, no. Good response. Good. All is right in the world.
Yeah, I'm a tall man with big hands, so.
Yeah. Let me draw that. No, don't draw that. Not on YouTube. You're gonna get demonetized. I'm kidding. You weren't monetized.
She's just gonna draw you and your character, and her and your character, and your palm is gonna be basically your entire hand.
Yes.
Maybe it'll be like a high five, where it's like obviously your hand's like way bigger.
Oh no! I thought that Elle was gonna be playing with his pussy, and drawing that.
Oh. That's
what he was saying.
I wouldn't do that with your character, Elle.
Yeah, don't do that. I don't think that's YouTube safe.
It's not internet safe, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not safe for my eyes and my consumption.
Maybe
I'm
I'm sure Battle Puppet knows what I'm talking about. I'll just say one
that
word.
works too. Yeah.
Battle Puppet. What I'm talking about is Vosh.
Yes.
No.
You get where I'm going with that? Yeah.
No.
Right?
Yes. I agree. I fully support whatever the hell is going on right now.
Battle Puppet knows what's up. He knows exactly where I'm going with this.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
Yeah. Just characters like that doing things like that. No, not on the internet. Be careful.
34. Sorry.
So you're gonna check out the whole DK Oldies thing, huh?
I might do that.
You
when
dude.
I log off.
It's a big old. It's like a big rabbit hole, but it's like a really really nice rabbit hole. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Battle Puppet, can you send me that short that I told you to make that you made for your channel? The one like now he knew he fucked
give
up.
me a moment.
Yeah, send that and I'll play it for y'all guys real quick.
Okay.
Oh my god. But yeah, the gist of DK Oldies is that they're like a game store, a retro game store, and like they quote unquote refurbish old consoles. They sell old games, and they were sending out these freaking consoles that were just like super duper disgusting and dirty, and a lot of them didn't work. And they put these stickers on. It was like, if you remove the sticker, you lose your warranty. Okay, let me pull this up on the screen if I can.
GameStop does that same thing too. They just don't have the balls to put a sticker
Yeah.
on it saying like.
I actually stopped really doing that since they're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me a second. Pull this up real quick. Hopefully this is what I think it is.
It's a rickroll.
I gotta freaking pause it. Okay.
We're no strangers to love.
Okay, you see this? Okay, let me turn the audio.
Not yet.
Oh, let me share it on the stream. I took my stream thing down. Give me uno momento. All right. You ready? You'll see it.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Don't worry, Battle Puppet until you happened in this video after it's over.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Is DK Oldies a scam? No.
It's false. No way. Not this time. No. No way. We got you. Not a chance. Not this time.
Is DK Oldies a scam?
Allegedly.
Oh yeah, like that. I blame you, Alkin. Hey, that was a funny short.
Yes.
So you want to tell them the gist of what that video happened in that video?
Okay, so basically what they were doing is breaking fake Game Boy Advances or Advance SPs from China. When they were doing that, they found out that not only were they not fake, they were very expensive models.
Extremely rare.
Wow.
Yeah, the gist is they're like, hey, we're breaking these fake ass freaking SPs. And then it's funny because like he breaks it, he comes up and like holds up the battery. He's like, oh, what the fuck? And it's like it literally says like Nintendo, like Nintendo. It's just like, yeah. And it's funny because like when that came out, I remember I think it was either you or Drewski sent it to me, Battle Puppet, and I was like, dude, Battle Puppet, you need to make a short where like the video comes out and like at the end be like, that's where he knew he fucked up, because like the thing is he does it.
That was Drewski.
Yeah, and you see on this, like you can literally see in the video, like when he looks at it, he's like, oh shit, and like he holds up to the camera, it's like fuck.
Yeah, I turned it down a little bit because that was about a minute long, and they were going, oh shit.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
They probably still turned around and sold them though. Like,
dude,
Like,
knowing
that's
DK Oldies
I
probably did. They probably did, right, Battle Puppet?
Yeah.
yeah, they probably just like turned around, sold it. Yeah, Game Boy Advance SP, only slightly used.
Well, they
You know-
did sell
oh my
spots
God.
with its diodes exploded.
Battle
Cool.
Puppet. Battle Puppet. Did you hear what he said? We're selling it slightly used. That is so funny, and that is so accurate. Right?
Yeah.
It is so
They
accurate,
also
right?
sold a PS3 that might as well have had a cat die in it.
Good. Good. To be fair, that's kind of like, oh, where did I get my PS3? Oh, actually, it might have been Game Traders, but like, that, like, I need to open that up and clean it because it is filthy inside. It like emits like a smell where like I'm afraid to turn it on because I'm pretty sure it's gonna like explode on me.
Let's see.
I mostly use like my PS3 at this point as like a Blu-ray player, but
Yeah,
like I'm
I
even
play
scared to do that.
PS3 every once in a while too.
I mostly use it as a Blu-ray player.
But yeah, Battle Puppet makes some really good shorts. He's made some for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you one that he made for me. Let me find a good one. You know, I'll show you the first one he made for me, which is actually really fucking funny. You remember that one?
Kitty V70, I think, looks like a GBA SP. I actually bought a Pow Kitty A13, which is something Elle has been recommending a really long time. It's like it's like a tiny version of like one of those 1-up arcade machines. It uses like actual arcade parts that I think you can swap out if you want to. From what Elle tells me, the stock parts are fine, but I'll have to be the judge of that when I get it.
All right, check this out. Can you still see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. You remember this one, Battle Puppet?
Oh yeah, this one.
Jump. Am I doing good? Does that work? Wait, what? At the end, it said a palate cleanser because I tried jumping a pallet and I fell to my death.
Nice. Yeah, it's a laptop like arcade machine, says L. Yeah, that's it has a 10-inch screen, so it's like I got it because it's sort of like my dream of having like one of those 1-up arcade machines, but like, you know, practical, like a practical not waste of massive like space hog. You know, it's like roughly it's like a much thicker. It's essentially like one of those hoary.
Oh, you got a
pads with,
thick
like, a
hog,
string
huh?
Bolted on it.
Got a thick old hog there, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Like it's like one of those like you know like it's like a much bigger like space saver. You play fighting games on it. I will play literally anything but.
Yeah, fighting games are kind of hard sometimes.
I enjoy certain ones.
I did like a recent fighting game stream on Ron Paris, and I just realized like even if I got good at fighting games, I wouldn't really enjoy them.
Yeah, I have to be in a very
They all
specific
just
mood.
seem like very kind of not my thing. It all seems kind of like repetitive in a way. Like yeah, I understand like all fighting games are different, but it just doesn't seem fun to me.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so like the last fighting game I played that I actually really enjoyed was like the new Mortal Kombat, is mainly because of the story.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat has been doing really good stuff with their story modes. That's why I've been enjoying them.
Yeah.
I enjoyed MK1. I honestly wished it went longer.
Hopefully they release a good DLC for it.
Well, they've only been releasing DLC for combatants.
Yeah.
I need to understand how the mechanics work. Yeah, fair, but like I was saying, even if I did do that, I don't think I would enjoy fighting games because it's just not that interesting to me.
The fighting game I really enjoy still playing, even by myself, is Dragon Ball Fighters, because I like Dragon Ball.
I've not played that, and also I've never seen anything Dragon Ball, so
Sacrilege.
Always playing with Dragon Balls.
You will find out very quickly. I am very much pop culturally illiterate.
No, I get it too. I don't understand a lot of pop culture still.
Yeah.
Captain Rumpana said he'll kick your ass in MK11. By the way, Battle Puppet.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Oh, Battle Puppet. No,
Yeah.
no.
He said you're a scrub. You suck at video games. He's watched you play, and you are no good. He's superior. Ha ha ha. I am under the power of the rum, therefore I always win.
Well, you'll have to be asking, where's the rum gone?
He drank it all, man.
Where's the rum?
LCX said Mid-Tier does 100% combo videos on Dragon Ball Fighters with a Z.
Cool. Of course it's spelled with a Z, because, Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball
Do you think
Zalpha.
Do you think British people call it Dragon Ball Z? I hope
I've
so.
heard it pronounced as Z, Z, and Z.
Good. Good.
Zebra.
Zebra.
Yeah, zebra. Zoo. Zo.
Zabra.
I like zebra.
I think we've reached the
Wow.
point where, what time is it? It's
11:30 my time.
Well,
So,
yeah, 11:30. I'm probably gonna log off. If you want to continue doing it with Battle Muppet, you can.
I'm going into here. It's been like 4.5 hours. I think that's pretty adequate for a stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I'm pretty sure
Dragon
Elle's
Ball
got to
Z,
go to
yeah.
sleep too.
Yes.
I'm sure Elle's got to go to
Yeah,
sleep. Sure,
well-
Captain Panda wants to go to
Well,
sleep.
no, it's like noon his time, but
But didn't he like sleep all day and like stream at night?
I don't know. L has no. I don't think L ever sleeps. I think L is just. I think L just like hibernates, just like sleeps in the winter and
Yeah.
like stays awake in the summer, something like that.
Are you calling Elle a lizard person?
Yes, L is a reptilian, confirmed.
All right. Well, that makes sense. They have a
Oh,
lot
you
of.
sleep during the afternoon. Okay, then it probably is about your bedtime.
All right. Well, I do appreciate you stopping by, Elle. Hopefully, you
Yeah,
had fun listening to this.
Yeah, and I thank you for allowing me onto your stream. It was really fun. I'll have to do it again sometime.
This was a lot more fun than I expected it was going to be.
Wow, that's a really backhanded.
No, like I thought it was going to be fun, but I'm like, holy shit! Like, I thought we were going to be like coasting on like a 6 or a 7. This is like a fucking 12, man.
Wow, Logan, you aren't so bad after all.
Wow, Logan. It's like when you stop talking, there's cool stuff that happens. I'm joking. That's what Elle basically said.
Yes.
But yeah, you definitely when you get off here, immediately just look up DK Oldies and just watch
I
the
will.
controversies. Just look it up. It's so fun. Oh my god,
Such an interesting rabbit hole.
it is. And message me while you're watching it because I want to go through the
Oh,
experience with you.
Okay.
Anyways,
Anyway.
you want to do one last little plug of your channel before you leave?
Yeah, check out LDP. It's in Alkin Slice's description. I do, right now I am playing Cave Story. I'm playing Persona 3 Reload, as I've mentioned before. And I do a series called Romporie, where I play games that viewers request to me in chat or in my Discord. I play games that I've curated, and sometimes I'll just play games randomly. And sometimes I'll even have very specific segments. Like last week, I did an all fighting games edition of Romporie. I did a Flash games one, PS2, PSP, PS1, GameCube, a bunch of things like that in the past, and
Nice.
it worked out pretty well. And it's a great way to stay in shape.
Definitely. And Battle Puppet,
Yeah.
did you have anything that came out recently, like the past couple months, or something's going to come out soon that you want to promote, put out there?
Well,
Tease.
most recently, I finally finished my video for Yakuza 5 Remastered, and I'm currently working on my Yakuza 6 video.
Okay, cool. Any ETA when that might come out?
Rom Pori is what I was saying. Because Captain Rum and wanted me to say it again.
I'll try to spell it out for him.
With my Yakuza 6 video, I'm still getting the groundwork.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to end it with a segue into the next game or take a break from the series. That's what I'm kind of thinking about right now.
Hey, if you're getting mad views, man, maybe keep with the series. But yeah, if you want to break off, and then come back a little bit later.
Well, it's because
yes.
it's after Yakuza 6 is when the Yakuza series became RPGs.
Yeah.
And they are very long.
Yeah, I can tell. All right. Well, make sure you guys go check out LDP. Was it Productions? Something like that.
Eldiner Productions.
Yeah, Eldiner Productions.
Maybe we should just drop links in the chat.
I'll do that. Give me a second.
Yeah, because in the title of my video, there's actually a link to LDP's channel. But yeah, definitely drop that in the chat as well.
That's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, you did tag me, but I'll send it in the chat if you guys want to.
Hey, you never know.
For some reason, you have seen what you have seen and are like, yeah, I want to support this dude. Here's the link to do that.
Hey, don't forget that time you needed like 6 subs. And you came in like, oh, it'd be cool if you guys subscribed to me, and you got 400 subs. Not 400 at the time, but you got to 400 from subs.
Yeah.
You never know, man.
Well, now I'm past 500. I think I'm at like 504 or something like that. I don't know. I haven't checked.
That's cool. I've been sitting at just a little over 100 for a while, so that's cool.
Yeah, I said it over 100 for a little bit, but yeah. Have a good night, man.
Subscribe to me if you want to. Don't if you don't. I don't care. I'm not partnered. I don't make any money from it.
Gave LDP a sub.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
There you go. See?
Some Tendo guy. Thank you.
Just don't let him troll you. That's what he likes to do. He likes to find what gets on your nerves. He's gonna poke you, and it's funny.
Don't worry. Don't worry. All of my chat members do that. It's fine.
Just make sure you love Godzilla.
No, I don't.
Nintendo's gonna like you then.
I could probably kick Godzilla's ass. It's fine. I'm at 509. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we're going to end it here. Thank you to everybody who joined us in the stream /chat and all that good stuff. Hopefully you guys have a good night, and we'll catch you guys in the next one.
Yeah. Thank you.